far enough from the high gravitational field so that it is like the surface of this planet, a weak gravitation. Do you guys understand?
So, if that was the case, then would there actually be a solid core inside the crust, or would the crust be hollow? It would be like a sphere with a hollow inner, with the black hole in the center. So
that's right.
Hollow Earth theory.
Hollow Earth, hollow sun, hollow galaxy, which we see, hollow atoms. We see that the atom is 99.9% space, and so on. Go ahead.
Do you think that this picture up here is also reproduced by the Big Bang itself?
Yeah, you could see. You see, if this cycle of a black hole gathering too much plasma and then spinning it out can be applied at all resolution of the fractal, then you could say that the Big Bang is just an enormous black hole that gathered too much material and eventually spit it out, and that created our universe. Do you see what I'm saying? And you can see it at all levels. You can see it in the creation of solar systems. You can see it even in the creation of atoms and so on. You know, at electron clouds orbitals jump from one quanta to the other if you add enough energy.
Well, then maybe you could use this pattern to predict the distribution of matter out there in the universe.
You can, and that's why we wrote the scaling law. That's the start of predicting the patterns of distribution of matter. First of all, you describe its scale.
The circles throughout space.
Yes, you should see these circles throughout space. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, all of it in this form.
Yeah, you will find. So the universe would have this form. Now, this form is not a 2D form. It's actually a 3D double torus, and we're going to see what that looks like in a minute.
Well, if you said people are black holes too, then why don't people gather too much material and then spit it out?
They do.
We do.
Was that like shedding your skin
Come to
cells?
Fairfax.
Yeah, the cell division is occurring at 1 million cells a second, I think. Okay, and you're shedding stuff all the time in order for your system to stay in balance. There's all sorts of ways you can look at it. For instance, throughout the day you radiate energy all the way throughout the day, and then as you radiate energy, you gather information,
You gather food.
and you gather food and so on and all this stuff. Go ahead.
If the Earth would be hollow, would it have a nucleus in the middle?
The nucleus is singularity. The nucleus is from the event horizon of a black hole, from the surface of a black hole, everything inside there is collapsed towards singularity, leaving vacuum behind. So the center of the Earth would be a singularity. So would be the center of the solar system, the sun.
What you're saying is that singularity is basically infinite. You're
Yes.
infinitely moving towards a singular point that never really fully...
You never reach, because it has infinite potential of division. So, remember I was saying we all observe things from a different angle, so we're all different? But we all agree that this is a pan in general, Depending on what you've taken for breakfast, you might think it's a pink elephant, but that's a whole other story. But in general, we all agree that this is a pan. Why? Well, because although all of our heads, we're standing on a sphere, right? We're all standing on a sphere, and although all of our heads are diverging, right, to infinity, all of our feet are converging to the same singularity that links us all. So as far as the Earth goes, from its point of observation, we are all agreeing on a consensus reality, which is constantly changing as a result of the way we're changing our relationship to reality on the surface. You guys see how that works? No?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, let me clarify that. Although we all have an individual way of observing the universe because we are all our own singularity. And when I say that, I don't say it trivially. If you are the singularity centering a universe, I mean it literally. If the universe is infinite, there is a universe out there that you are the perfect center of. Okay? So I'm not just making an allegory here. You are the center of the universe. But if, and then that universe that you're the center of, that is the center of even a larger one. And so on and so on. Well, okay, so now you observe the universe from your own center, but although you observe it from your own center, we are all connected to the same gravitational center, the center of the Earth. The same singularity holds us all together. And that allows us to have a common agreement on the planet that this is a felt pen. Do you see? And not a pink elephant. Right? Otherwise, all of our views would diverge so far apart, we wouldn't agree on anything. You see? But the system is so that there is always a larger center that generates a consensus of observation between all the independent systems of that organization. For instance, all of your cells agree to be you, right? Because they're all held by a specific singularity gravitational center, which is you, right? And they all collaborate to generate you. Is that clearer now?
Mm-hmm.
There was a bunch of hands up. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to know that since you said atom is 99.9999999 space,
Yeah.
and if we say Earth is so it's a black hole like atom, does that mean that Earth can have that much space in it?
Well, it does, because Earth is made out of atoms, and all atoms are mostly space.
No,
But
in terms of the hollow Earth.
yeah, well, I wouldn't say that the hollow Earth it has that much space. If there's a black hole at the center of the Earth, which I believe there is, it's fairly small, because it wouldn't take a very large black hole to generate the energy that we observe on Earth. Go ahead.
Could you describe the order of magnitude size of the event horizon of that black hole?
Of the black hole of the Earth?
Yeah, the range, perhaps, the limits.
Yeah, it would be in diameter. It would be very short. It would be, the size of a ball that big. It wouldn't be that big. Yeah.
On the order of half a meter or less to down to something like 0.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's not all done, that part, because we haven't made these calculations. We've made them for the sun and we've made them for other things, but we haven't made it for the Earth yet. But the theory would predict that there is a black hole at the center of the Earth, and that we're orbiting that black hole, but we're orbiting that black hole so far from it that we're in a place where there's weak gravitation, and we're far enough from the surface of the event horizon that the plasma had time to cool off, you see, that far from the event horizon, and it became more solid, and that's why we have a crust around the black hole.
Is that plasma that you're relating to similar to what I read of Hawking radiation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hawking radiation is the radiation on the surface of a black hole, but the Hawking radiation is really weak. The thing is that they're not calculating the plasma dynamics that are going along with the Hawking radiation, meaning all the plasma you know, being so close to a large gravitational field and all the thermodynamics effects and all the charge effects creates all this radioactivity, all this electromagnetic activity, and all the radiation we see coming out of black holes. Go ahead in the back.
The previous computer frame looked at a glimpse. To me, my first impression was, or one of the impressions I had was, of magnetic flux lines around the Earth. And I'm sure that's no accident.
That's right. You're talking about the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect is very similar to this, and we'll see that in a minute. So you're right.
And that's the same that plays out in both magnetic and electronic flux lines.
Yes.
Wherever, however the magnitude, wherever.
Yeah, at any scale, you find the same dynamics of the double torus and the structure of the vector equilibrium at singularity at all levels of the scale. So you'd expect the same dynamics to appear, and that's what we see. From electron cloud, probability clouds, to the clouds of a supernova, you know, up in the sky. So, you know, that's a span of a very large scale.
In that one, it almost looked one-dimensional, like it was a flat picture.
Yeah, but it's not.
Fact, it's completely full?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And so after I saw all this, and I was like all excited about the dynamics that we were being able to picture, it was nice to see this guy show up and in this conference and tell us exactly what it is about.
That
Yeah.
is the result of a star that exploded in our own galaxy in the year 1054 AD. And as we watch these things explode and get bigger and bigger, they're beautiful to look at. By the way, the one in Magellanic Clouds in 1987 has evolved into a very interesting looking expanding remnant. If you look just at where the exploding star used to be now with Hubble Space Telescope, you see this rather strange looking structure. If you zoom in with Hubble Space Telescope and look at the remains of the 1987 supernova, here's what you see. And I'd like you to sigh again, please. That was better. Thank you. Okay, now what is this? I mean, it looks like sort of nested hula hoops. I mean, how did it possibly get that way? And there's a solid astrophysical answer for that. It's just two words, and it's nobody knows. There is no way anyone would have predicted a structure like this if it hadn't been observed by Hubble Space Telescope. So these remnants are very exotic things, but what they share in common.
Well, you know, he didn't know about my work, obviously, because I did predict it. And so, is this the right thing? I think so. So I thought that was interesting, you know. It was like, oh yeah, well, you know, I did talk about that, but one of the problems here is that the images are showing, like you were saying, a 2D type of structure, when actually we're talking about a spherical structure. Let me see. And the dynamic of that spherical structure are the dynamic of a double torus that looks like this. See, if I took this double torus and I took a picture of it at the right angle, it would look like two spheres intersecting as well. These are the dynamics of the standing waves of the surface of the black hole, of the double torus, predicted by this theory. And here you can see the expansion and contracting side of the universe dynamics. And this is the path of a test particle on the surface of such a black hole. This is the dynamics of the Coriolis effect. On the Earth, you find the same Coriolis effect. For instance, the weather has, you know, the patterns of the weather goes down to the equator, gets hotter, and then goes back up to the North Pole and back down towards the equator and so on. And the one from the South Pole goes from the South Pole to the equator and back down, creating this exact dynamic. And I thought it was interesting, although I didn't mention it at the APS, that the view of these dynamics from above is a yin and a yang. Yang. And yin yang, I'm sorry. And you know, and we'll see in a minute why that's so crucial. But these dynamics are found at all levels. This is the paper I'm publishing now. And you can see that these dynamics are found at all levels of stars and galaxies and blazars. This is a galaxy. Galactic disk have 3,000 light years vortices that emerge from the black hole at the middle. Okay? And they have huge galactic halos all around it. Can everybody see this? All around it here. And the stars move out from the galactic arm into the galactic halo and then back down and then back out. Go ahead.
What are you saying, the obvious, to say that the double Taurian Corliss effect, that we can imagine that our bodies have that same type of energy pattern around us?
Yeah, you would, and that's why I think that the Buddhist shows a vortex entering at the crown chakra and entering at the root of the spine and then meeting in the heart center, reproducing that very dynamic. And when you look at the heart center of the Buddha where the vortex meet, there you find the geometry of the Star of David, or the geometry of the double star tetrahedron, the geometry of the vacuum, the singularity. So it's present in many different traditions. And actually I did develop a meditation technique based on this to improve and to increase your capacity to move the information through from the vacuum into your singularity. There is a physical place inside your heart that has a singularity. Your heart has a little cavity between the two ventricular of the heart, and that little cavity has the highest electromagnetic field of your body. It can be measured up to 8 feet away from you. And that's the battery of life that keeps your heart going. When you die, that singularity is no longer present, and I think that's one of the reasons that they're missing a bunch of weight that they can't account for that disappear when people die. The weight is the result of that singularity curving space-time, creating a gravitational effect that we call weight. Go ahead.
You said you developed a meditation technique around that. Do you have that on a tape or a CD that you're selling?
No, not yet. I will. I've been asked to do that for a long time. I will do it as soon as I'm finished publishing the physics papers, because that has to be there first so that I'm not discredited. You got to be careful in this world. Although I'm already way out on the edge. But, you know, I'm trying to minimize the damage. If you look at it, and that's soon because I'm publishing in November.
In what book?
It's in Temple University Press. It's a peer-reviewed journal. And it's just the first publishing, which is an overview. And the overview then will have sections that are published in other journals, probably PhysRev and math journals for the solutions we found to Einstein-Fields equations. But here's a quasar with the same dynamical vortices going towards singularity. Now, These vortices are 10 to the 6 light years. That's 1,000,000 light years long vortex. You know, 1,000,000 at the speed of light, right? It would take you 1,000,000 years to get to the end of that vortex. Okay, and that's only half. Okay, and that vortex is spinning at near the speed of light. Those vortexes are thought to be relativistic vortex. They spin at near the speed of light. Can you imagine the dynamics that it would take? Can you imagine the torque that generates? And they haven't calculated the torque? It's like, wait a minute. No wonder you're missing energy. Go ahead.
Do we have any idea of the proportion of how much that torque could be relative to the whole mass energy of that, shall we say,
We're in the middle.
system?
We're in the middle of making these calculations. It's not obvious because we have to add a torque and a Coriolis effect function to the space-time manifold, and torque is written in vectors and space-time manifolds are written in tensors. So we got to convert and all this, so it's a big job, but we're in the middle of doing that and it's looking extremely promising. It's very, very good. And so we'll be able to give answers to that soon. But here, look at the fractal. This is a quasar, 1,000,000 light year vortex. Here is a microquasar. Those are found inside galaxies. And those are 3 light years long vortexes. But the exact same dynamics. Quasars, microquasars, and clustars. All different scales, all same dynamics. You can see these dynamics at all levels. Here's pulsars. Here's again, same dynamic that you see. This is actually a picture of these vortices going towards the center of the pulsar. And then when you took a picture of the center of the pulsar, you can see the petals emerge of the octahedron in the middle of the octahedron. Look at these twistors. These are the top and the bottom of the pulsars. And like I said, the same dynamics are found on the surface of the Earth. And actually, the same dynamics are found on the surface of the Sun, on the surface of Jupiter, and so on. So the final geometry is something like this. A double vortex, a double torus, right, which generates an equatorial plane of gravitational waves. And at the singularity, the 12 vertices of the vector equilibrium fractal structure, which determine the scale of the topology of space-time. Now we wrote all the math for this, and they work. When you write the math in group theory for these dynamics, you end up with all subatomic particles and all forces being accounted for. So you know, when you start to see things like this, you start to think, wait a minute, how come these people knew about this? This is an ancient symbol that was found on a granite pillar in Abydos, Egypt, in a temple called the Osirian Temple. Why is it that this object, this drawing, which is on a 100-ton pink pillar in the middle of that temple, is not in any picture books or history books anywhere or archaeological books anywhere? It took me 10 years of research to go through all the books that were written on the Osirian temple, from the first papers that were published from the archaeologists that found the temple to eventually, all the papers and the books that were written. None of them had this picture in it. The way I got this picture is that a friend of mine went out there and took it. Okay? Why is it that this picture is not in there? I'll tell you why. Because this graphic is not carved into the rock. It's not etched into the rock. This graphic is actually burnt, laser burnt, into the atomic structure of that pillar. Now, when you think of ancient civilization 5,000 years ago, you don't expect them to be doing laser burn on, hard surfaces at high levels of accuracy. Okay? Archaeologists have a really hard time explaining these things. When they can explain something, usually the tendency is not to popularize it. So they leave it out. Some of these symbols that are in the Osirian temple, there's no writing in all of that temple. Not one piece of writing. All there is these things. There's a few of them. Some of them are chipped. Well, the laser burn is through the rock. So that actually, even if you chip it, it still appears on the rock. We have no current technology to reproduce this. That's why you don't find this in history books. The other thing is that the Osirian temple is 50 feet below all the other temples at Abydos. The archaeologists tried to say, oh, the Egyptians dug 50 feet and then started building. Well, the Egyptians never did that to any other building. And actually, when the geologists went there, they went, no, that's not the case. The building was there, and sedimentation piled up beside it. Well, when they calculate how long it would take to get 50 feet of sedimentation, that temple is no longer 4,000 to 5,000 years old. That temple is 9,000 to 12,000 years old. Maybe 10,000 years old. That's why archaeologists really don't like that temple. In fact, they very rarely discuss it. Well, it just happened that if you take that symbol and you make every circle a sphere, then you have exactly the appropriate sphere packing to generate a 64 tetrahedron grid. Hi, Mom. So here it is. Again, it comes out. Interestingly, in that temple, the Egyptians said was the foundation temple of their belief system, where Isis revived Osiris. You know, the myth that started the whole Egyptian mummification and so on was Isis and Osiris. Well, Osiris' brother was jealous, and he killed him and cut him in pieces. And Isis, in short, and Isis, found all the pieces and brought them back to the Osirian temple and bandaged the pieces back together creating the first mummy. And then it says, the Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead says that she, with her magic, put life back in Osiris' body. Well, if she was able to do that, she most likely did it with what information was on these walls. The information that is on these walls might be a hint to how she was able to do this. And it became clear to me that it must have something to do with them knowing about the foundation of the geometry of space. So I was looking at it carefully because you know how I had this kind of illumination on the temple in Mexico? Well, when you start examining other temples around the world, you realize that these other temples have a lot in common. That is, they're all very, very difficult to explain with vine ropes, copper tools, no pulley, and so on. One Egyptologist, the director of the Giza Plateau, said, "There is not one grain of evidence of any advanced civilization ever having been in Egypt prior to the Egyptians." And I thought that was one of the most accurate statements I ever heard from an archaeologist. Because if you're looking for grains of evidence of sand, you will miss it. If you got your head in the sand, you will miss it. But if you look up from the sand and stop looking for grains of evidence, you will see millions of tons of rocks right in front of your eyes, giving you some pretty damn good evidence. Okay? The Grand Pyramid of Giza is made of 2,300,000 stones. 2,300,000 stones. It stands at 481 feet of altitude. Its base is 13 square feet. 13 square acres. 13 square acres. That is extremely large. When you take survey picture, satellite picture of the apex of the Grand Pyramid at Giza, it is 1/4 of an inch off the center of the base. That's 13 square acres. 13 acres square. 1/4 of an inch off center. That's after placing 2,300,000 stones that you have cut with copper tools. Yeah, you need some pretty good moonshine to do that one. Well, I guarantee you that is extremely difficult to reproduce. In fact, there is no way engineering companies on this planet could ever reproduce that. Even with all of our modern technology, if we give them billions and billions of dollars, they couldn't come up with anything like that. Because if you divide 1/4 of an inch error by 2,300,000 stones, the accuracy at which you're placing these stones is outrageous. And we can't do anything like that. Our most accurate buildings, like telescopes, are not that accurate. They're not even close to having that kind of accuracy. Go ahead.
So you could say we've just barely come out of the Dark Ages.
basically, or we got into the Dark Ages. And because it seems that there was people that were doing a heck of a lot better than us. Sorry. So when I was looking at this, I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't happen that way. If you know, why is it that we think, you know, that this is taught as facts to children in schools every day? That the pyramids were built by people pulling on vine ropes? And you know why? Because in the 1800s, a bunch of English archaeologists showed up in Egypt, and that's the only thing they could come up with. And because they had PhDs and they were very respected archaeologists, since then, everybody is repeating the same thing. And somehow, a theory that's completely unproven became a fact. In fact, you will not get a PhD in archaeology if you say anything else about the pyramids. I guarantee you that. You cannot get a PhD in archaeology by saying the pyramids were built by little green man. This is one of the problems with education. A whole bunch of people repeating what they've all been taught doesn't advance the field very rapidly. Because everybody is repeating the same thing, you're not going anywhere. So, you know, but these archaeologists never actually, you know, I know they're not mathematicians, but this is simple mathematics, okay? You take the number of stone, they tell you that the pyramids had to be built in 20 years, okay? So that the dynastic Egypt worked. And then you calculate how fast they had to put the stones in. At 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, 365 days a year, for 20 years, they had to place the stone every 2 minutes to finish the pyramid on time. With that level of accuracy. Never mind. But then the archaeologists say, no, those were farmers. They could only build the pyramids during the time of the flood of the Nile when they couldn't work in the fields. 3 months out of the year. See, when they had that 3 months vacation, hey, let's all go and build a huge pyramid. So they went out there and built pyramids 3 months out of the year. You redo your calculation, now they have to place a rock every 2 seconds to make it in 20 years. So that really doesn't work. Because it's not like you can take these huge rocks, an average 2 tons, some of them up to 40 tons rock. Like in the King's Chamber, there's 100 slab of 40-ton pink granite rock. Okay? These things at 135 feet of elevation in the pyramid. It's not like you go, hey Joe, catch this one. Hey Joe, catch this one. You know? And the other guy on the other end is like putting them in. You can't do that. And it doesn't matter if you got 100,000 people. You still can't do it. And you know, they tell you they did that by rolling the rocks on logs. Well, they might have not noticed, but these pyramids are in the middle of a desert. You need a lot of logs to move 2,300,000 stone. Where did the wood come from? When you ask them that, they say, oh, they imported it from Europe. I see. Was this like some catalog, you know, 1-800 ordering? Because, like, as far as I know, the Egyptian didn't, like, you know, easily navigate it into Europe, cut millions of logs they would have needed and brought them back. There's no evidence of that. So, but even more fundamental, I'll ask you, even more fundamental. The fundamental axioms of archaeology is that you observe and decode the remains of a civilization to understand its morses and its activities and all this, right? Okay. There is over 1 million hieroglyph walls in Egypt. Thousands and thousands of hieroglyph walls in Egypt. In the temples, in the tombs, everywhere. They tell us how they made love. They tell us how they eat. They tell us how they went to the washroom. They tell us everything about their life. Everything. Not one of those walls mentioned building the pyramids. What? They forgot? You're talking about something that would have taken a huge effort. You'd think they would have put at least a little wall somewhere saying, oh, by the way, we built the pyramids. No. None of that. In fact, the archaeologists say not only that that the Egyptians built the pyramids, but they say that they built them as tombs. Okay. What's the evidence? Zero. Zilch. Not one pyramid was ever found to host a mummy. Not one mummy was ever found in a pyramid. Not one. And I'm not just talking about Egypt. I'm talking about all around the world. And it's funny because you know how they do all these like historic, History Channel and all this stuff. They have all these nice documentary, and they show you where they found the pyramids and the tombs and all this and Tutankhamun and all this, and then they splice and they cut directly into the pyramids. So you think the mummies were found in the pyramids, but in fact the mummies were found. Most of the king's mummies were found in the King's Valley, far from the pyramid. Some of the pyramids, they had to dynamite their way into the pyramid. They couldn't find an entrance. When they got inside the pyramid, there was the sarcophagus, the so-called sarcophagus in the middle. It had a slab. Some of them had slabs that were like 40 tons slabs sealing the sarcophagus. They would unseal it, pull the slab off, still no mummy. What was their conclusions? Grave robbers. Those grave robbers, they were unbelievable. They just walked through the walls because they had to dynamite their way in. So those grave robbers got there before. They must have walked through the walls, got in there, picked up the 40-ton slab on top of the sarcophagus, pulled all the stuff out, including all the bones and everything else, which, wonder what they would do with, and then, closed it back up, resealed it, just to make sure they didn't disturb anything, and then walked back out with all of this stuff. This doesn't make sense. Now, there's other things that don't make sense. There is nowhere on these pyramids that it says, I built this for my tomb. I was born then and I died then. You think if you built such a great monument, at least you put your name on it. You know, that's all logical. Pyramids were not tombs. Pyramids were not built by Egyptians. No Egyptian text talks about the Egyptian building the pyramids. The texts do talk about monuments, enormous monuments being built. And who they say built them was the sun gods. The Mayans, the Incas, the Chinese, the Japanese, all cultures that have these buildings, none of them say we built it. All of them say the sun gods taught us how to build, how to talk, how to write, how to do all this stuff. Go ahead.
I just want to say there's no inscriptions, no hieroglyphs inside the pyramids as well.
There's no hieroglyphs inside the pyramids. And Lord knows that the Egyptians put hieroglyphs everywhere. So why didn't they not write inside the pyramids? You know, so those are all huge contradiction to the concept that the Egyptians or the Mayans or the Incas or the Chinese or so on built their pyramids. See what I'm saying? But what is it? Like other examples is this puppy. The Sphinx. Most people think that the Sphinx is built. The Sphinx is not built. The Sphinx was carved. The Sphinx was carved right out of the enclosure of the Giza Plateau. Now, when you look at the paws of the Sphinx, you might notice that there's like brick-like structures on it, so it looks like it's built. Those are repairs that were done later in history. But the Sphinx was carved, and actually there's evidence that the head of the Sphinx was recarved. It used to be a lion's head, but it was recarved into a pharaoh's head by one of the pharaohs. However, there is erosion patterns on the Sphinx that is a telltale sign that the Sphinx had to be carved when there was a lot of rain hitting it because of the erosion on it. We know when the last time this area had a lot of rain, and that was approximately 10,000 years ago, which matches the Osirian temple at Abydos. Now, these blocks here consist of the Sphinx temple. They're the blocks that were removed from the side of the Sphinx to carve the Sphinx out. Now, if you were removing blocks from the Sphinx enclosure to build a temple in front with the blocks, would you use 100-pound block, 500-pound block, maybe even 1,000-pound block? Even like 3 or 4 tons pound blocks. That would start becoming a problem with our current technology, especially in the sand, and especially if you got to stack them. Okay? But the ancient Egyptian or whoever 10,000 years ago built this didn't remove 100-pound block. They removed 200 tons block. And we know that they were removed from the enclosure because the stratification of the layers of rock matches where they were removed from, and you can actually tell which rock came from exactly where in the enclosure. 200 tons. See, this is a little person here. See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not trivial. You don't just grab a 200-ton block with your buddies and move it over there. The current we actually at this time lift about 200 tons with the largest land crane on earth. And we move it only from a truck bed into a boat. We can't roll with it. We can't go and like move it around the sand, and certainly we can't stack them on top of each other to make a temple. 10,000 years ago, somebody was moving 200-ton block with ease. I think this is fantastic. You know, because this is about our true history. This is about what happened on this planet prior to our current history, prior to our current thinking. Look at this statue. Ramses II. When they found this statue, it was laying like this, and it had fallen over in the desert. It's made out of pink granite. It's perfectly polished with copper tools. And this is a person beside it. The statue itself, when they found it, they said, "Oh, let's just move it over there because we're going to build the Ramses Museum." So the engineers came and they said, "Well, okay, but then we'll have to cut it in pieces because this thing is approximately 1,000-ton solid block of granite. 1,000 ton. That is 5 times more than what we can lift today with a land crane." So instead they built a museum around it. It was much easier. This is not the only 1,000-ton block that was found. You know the pillars on each side of the entrance of temples in Egypt, they are called obelisks. Many of them were in excess of 1,000 tons. And they all come out, all these large objects come out of a quarry that we know where it is. It's hundreds of miles up the Nile. And the quarry is on the other side of the Nile over a mountain range. Okay? When you ask archaeologists, how did this get there? They say, they cut a trench from the Nile across the mountain range into the quarry. And then they let the water in, and then they picked up the object, they stuck it on a barge, and they floated it down the Nile. But there's no evidence of that trench ever being cut. How do you lift up 1,000-ton object and put it on a barge without sinking it? I mean, that is just not appropriate. It just doesn't happen. So when you look at this, you start to wonder, who were these sun gods? And were they able to go all around the world? Under the water in Japan, recently, pyramids were found. These pyramids are at 19.47 latitude. They're enormous pyramids. All the fishermen knew that they were there, but they didn't think it was important, so they didn't tell anybody. And here is another picture of these slabs. They're huge. They're huge blocks. What's really interesting about those is that, you see, you can't date a pyramid. You can't date a monument because carbon dating only carbon dates. You need carbon. Rock doesn't have much carbon in it, not enough to date it. It has silica, and it has, it has a certain rate of decay and all this. You can date how old is the rock, but that won't tell you when it was caught and assembled into a pyramid. Okay? So actually, archaeologists don't date the monuments. They just find the bones of this poor fellow beside it, or they find a fireplace beside it or something, and then they carbon date that. And they say, oh, it's this dude that built this thing. You see? But when the pyramid goes under the water, now coral growth starts to happen shortly after. And that's carbon datable. So now you can tell at least when the pyramid went under the water. Well, when they carbon dated these pyramids, they went under the water at least 10,000 years ago. The meltdown of the last ice age. When the water rose and covered the earth. There is over 500 flood stories in ancient civilization all around the world, talking about an advanced civilization that was there prior the sun god and the flooding that occurred that destroyed most of that civilization. Here we might be seeing some of the vestiges of that civilization. Go ahead.
Well, Edgar Casey came up with
by finding a wall or a road, and we did. And he said it was going to be in the early 70s, and in 1973, I believe, divers off the coast of Bimini found huge rocks under the water, making a road. And Edgar Casey said we were going to find a chamber under the paws of the Sphinx. And recently, using
Side-looking radar?
yeah, I'm sorry.
Side-looking radar?
Yeah, it's actually seismic reverberation waveform. They were able to look under the paws of the Sphinx, and they found a chamber there. And they say they haven't got into it yet. That's a whole other story. But anyway, these pyramids were found in Egypt. These ones are datable to 10,000 years. Check out this picture. This was taken during the Second World War by an American pilot that was lost over China. And he saw this pyramid, and he took a picture, and he brought it back home. He survived the whole thing and brought the picture back home. And everybody, a few years ago when I would present that, people would say, oh, well, that one is iffy, This could be a hoax. Well, okay, nobody believed him. Except that the Chinese government in the last few years have released these pictures. Not only is there there's pyramids in Egypt, there's hundreds of pyramids in Egypt, in China. And the Chinese government actually got the farmers to farm on top of the pyramids so that they wouldn't be so apparent by satellite. And the reason why, so here's the poor farmer that got the job. The reason why they were doing that is because they didn't want the Western world to know about these pyramids. Why? Because the legends that comes with these pyramids is that the sun gods built them, and that the sun gods were blue-eyed, blonde-haired people. As far as the Chinese government looked at this, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people had to be Europeans. And the last thing they wanted was European people being responsible for some of the most ancient knowledge of the Chinese tradition. So they didn't want those pyramids to be known by the West. They did find the mummies of these blonde-haired, blue-eyed people in the high desert of China. Over 500 mummies were found. All very tall, absolutely not Asian people. And then you go to the forbidden city of China, the city that holds all the knowledge of the universe, all the knowledge of the sun gods. And at the entrance of the city is the Sphinx, the lion, which in both Egypt and Chinese tradition are the guardian of the knowledge. They guard the knowledge under their paws. And when you look closely at the paw, what do you find? A spherical intersecting pattern of the flower of life, which generates 64 tetrahedron grid. Guardian of the knowledge. Fairly old, but this section of China was largely rebuilt and fairly recent, But it's all coming from very ancient tradition that's passed on orally throughout the ages. And that's why you find still the knowledge being present. Although the knowledge of the sun gods has been very, very confused and diluted throughout the ages. So when you go further into the Chinese tradition, what do you find? The I Ching. How many I Ching symbol is there? 64. And remember now, the yin and the yang we saw is a double torus. You'd be missing the geometry of the vacuum in the middle of singularity. But the 64 symbols of the I Ching gives you this. How? When I found this, I thought, oh, this is so sweet. It took me weeks, took me months to actually figure it out. I knew there was 64 symbols, but what did the symbols say? The symbols typically are arranged in a circle. The 64 symbols. Can you turn off your light a little bit so maybe you can see the symbols? Maybe not. They're here. There's 64 of them. And each of them are actually composed of full sticks and broken sticks. And each of the symbols are in opposition. So like 1 and 64, 2 and 63, they're all in opposition. And I realized, wait a minute, if you take 6 thick, you put them in 3D space, which geometry would you get?
Tetrahedron.
A tetrahedron. That's the only geometry you can generate out of 6 sticks. But then why the broken sticks? Well, if you're following the code of the I Ching that tells you the sticks are in opposition, then you're gonna need broken sticks. Watch this. Boom, 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 boom. You see? You need broken sticks to do the polar opposite of the tetrahedron. They have to be broken because the sticks intersect.
Could you do that again with a light off to the 10 feet or so?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need lights, period.
Well, the video
The video
does.
does, so you can see.
Boom, boom. Can everybody see this? You need a broken stick to go in between the other sticks to generate the opposite polar structure, which is given by the code itself. Isn't that sweet? And so you take the code, and I didn't have time to do the whole animation. I didn't finish on that. I will when I get better funding. You see, if you keep doing this and you follow the code, you're going to be able to do the whole 64 tetrahedron grid. Actually, after you finish the code of 64 sticks, of 64 code, each one making a tetrahedron, you will have made the 512 grid, which is the next fractal level from 64. So if you actually follow the I Ching code, which is the trigram with 8 first, and then the 64 hexagrams, right? And you generate the 512, then you follow the exact progression. Cool? So, do we have evidence of the sun gods? We do. You know, imagine again that you were to find a little bitty planet in the corner of the galaxy somewhere, and that bitty planet is not very evolved. Like, let's say you show up and they're like still in cave and not very involved. You'd probably want to try to help them along, right? So what would you do? You can't really come to the surface, you know, stop one of the cavemen and start talking to him about physics. It doesn't really work. The caveman's probably going to look at you and try to bunk you on the head. Right? So what would you do? You'd probably give them symbols, right, that have embedded in them very, very important information about the structure of the universe. And you'd expect that as that civilization grow and reach higher and higher levels, they would be able to decode those codes that was given to these ancient people. Especially if you make the code covered with all sorts of religious belief and so on, so that the codes survive all of the ages, to make sure that they understand this is a sacred code and all this stuff, so that they would transfer the information throughout the ages? Well, we have evidence of these sun gods. These are skulls that are found in temples in South America. This was found, this is in the Peruvian Museum. I call it conehead. When the archaeologists found this, they said, oh, this is the result of skull deformation. You know how the ancient tradition, they would bend their head to deform them? Now, they did do that. You know, this is the bust of Nefertiti, for instance. Tutankhamun did have a deformed head. There's many skulls like that. But when you read the ancient texts and they say, they talk about deforming their head, they say that they did that to imitate the sun god, to become sun gods themselves. Now, if you deform your head, right, today, it doesn't matter how much you deform it. You will never be able to exceed the volume capacity of your skull. Your head might look really weird, but the volume inside will be exactly the same. In these cases, the volume of these skulls, the inside volume of these skulls, are over twice the natural volume of the human skull. The normal volume of a human skull. These are not the result of skull deformation. You cannot do that by deforming your skull. The other thing that's interesting is that the hole at the bottom of the skull here, where the atlas goes in, the spine, tells you how big the person was, right? Because you can figure it out from the size of the spine. These people had to be between 12 and 15 feet tall. There was giants on the earth. Many ancient texts talks about the sun gods as being giants. These are very, very big people. And the fact that there's multiple of these skulls found in temples all around South America tells you that it's not the result of some deformation.
Have you found any skeletons to go with them?
No. Not that I know of. There might be. I don't know.
How about congregating on the skull?
That'd be a really cool thing to have. And you can see on some of these skulls that they've carved right into the skulls. So you know material was taken out. Most likely the material was tested. But there is no data available whatsoever on the result of those tests.
And if it was tested, would they be able to see if it was also silica-based, carbon and silica?
They would. They would definitely be able to see if it was a typical DNA strand of beings that are from this planet or not.
Yeah, one of those that was Nefertiti.
Yeah, that was the bust. It's a statue of Nefertiti. This one here. This is a statue of an Nefertiti that shows that she had a skull similar.
So, is that the writings talking to them about them being long heads?
Yes. Yeah.
Are these skulls related to the mummies that were found in China?
No. No. These skulls were found in South America and Mexico. Here is some of the Mexican skulls. The early ones were South American skulls. This one actually has a larger volume than the comb head. This one is the largest volume ever found. Mexico. And the facial features are missing, but the skull is intact, and it's enormous. That's the eye sockets, so you can imagine how large that forehead was. And here is each lobe, each hemisphere of the skull, of the brain, seem to have developed independently in this case, and making it enormous. Go ahead.
On the prior slide, am I correct in saying that the orbits of the eyes are a good deal larger than normal?
Oh yeah, much larger than normal. This person had huge eyes. And there's all sorts of features on these skulls that are not normal. For instance, in these cases, many of the facial features in the jaws don't belong to an Homo sapien. They're a mix between various species that are not supposed to be mixed together. Here's Tutankhamun. Even Tutankhamun seemed to have a larger than expected skull. Here's his brother as well. Now, there's many instances in the Egyptian and the Mayan and the Inca scripts where they describe that the sun gods, including in the Bible, where they describe that the sun gods actually mixed and had children with women of the human species. And that generated a whole new species, which was half sun gods, half man. So here, these might be evidence of this altered species, of this mix. And you would expect that these people would become pharaohs, because they would have all sorts of capacity that the average man didn't. So here, we're starting to see a whole new picture of the history of human beings. And mingled in that picture is the information that these sun gods tried to give to man, and that we are rediscovering at this time. It became clear to me eventually that the sun gods must have been sun gods for a reason. They were called sun gods in all these civilizations, just the same. Well, if the universe is different scales black holes, then in order for these sun gods to travel through space from one side of the galaxy to the other, they would have to enter the wormhole, the singularity, at the center of those black holes. So they would use stars as gateways to go from one side of the galaxy to the other. And then you would expect them to be called sun gods. That is why, for instance, the ancient tradition in most of these countries talks about the sun as the doorway to the higher realm where the sun gods come from. They talk about the black hole at the center of our galaxy as the hub, the central sun, from which you can access all of the stars in the galaxy. So you would enter the sun, and then through to the galactic center, out one of the arms of the galaxy, out one of the sun in another arm of the galaxy. This is the sun as it looks normally. On the sun appears sunspots. These are sunspots. Actually, there are sunspots seen at the X-ray range level. So they appear very bright. Actually, sunspots in the optical spectrum are very dark. They're like black. Well, they appear when the sun becomes very active at 19.47 latitude north and south. Okay? And when you look at the sunspot carefully, and I picked this one because I believe that sunspots are at the heart of the matter. When you look at it carefully, you can see that the fire is being sucked in. That's what made me think, actually, from my calculation and from my theory and all this, that the sunspots on the sun are not surface events, but they're huge vortices going to the middle of the sun. The other reason, can you see the fire being sucked in here? I got in a lot of trouble for saying that. Because they said, no, it's just surface event. And I said, well, if it's just surface event, how come if you look at the sunspots on the sun, they always occur in opposite polar. See? This one here got an opposite one there. These three there have an opposite three there. You see? All the sunspot occurs in opposition to each other, because when you have a vortex going one way in the Coriolis effect, you have another one going the other way on the other side. And they generate a link at the middle, a link at singularity. Sunspots are huge vortices going towards singularity at the center of the black hole. And that's why when you look at sunspots very carefully, you see fire being sucked in. The sunspots are actually break through the event horizon of the black hole of the sun, where you can actually see the collapsing black hole pulling the electromagnetic field in. Well, when I was saying this, I was being ridiculed. Recently, this is what they found.
Awesome plasma hurricanes were one of the surprises revealed when scientists recently peered beneath the stormy surface of our star. November 7, 2001. Using techniques similar to medical ultrasound, scientists appeared inside the sun and discovered what lies beneath sunspots, planet-sized dark areas on the surface of our star. Astronomers have long known that sunspots are regions where magnetic fields become concentrated. Yet anyone who played with magnets as a child has felt how magnetic fields of like polarities repel each other. Likewise, the strong magnetic fields of sunspots should naturally repel each other too, causing the sunspot to quickly dissipate. Indeed, observations show that the surface material clearly flows out of the spot. What then makes sunspots so long-lasting? How do they remain intact for weeks and months? A team of scientists had to look beneath the surface of the sun to find the answer. Alexander Kosovichev and Junwei Zhao of Stanford University, along with Thomas Duvall of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, used MIDI's unique ability to probe the happening just below a sunspot surface, and for the first time, they have clearly observed inward-flowing material. We discovered that the outflowing material was just a surface feature, said Zhao. If you can look a bit deeper, you find material rushing inward, like planet-sized whirlpools or hurricanes. This inflow pulls the magnetic fields together. The cool downward flows dissipate at the same depth where the hot upward flows diverge, explained Duvall. With these data, one cannot get a sharp enough picture to really explain the details. Until now, we've looked down at the top of sunspots like we might look down at the leaves and treetops. For the first time, we're able to observe the branches and trunk of the tree that give it structure. The roots of the tree, however, remain a mystery.
That's for you guys. Now, so they started to see now that the sunspot, which some of them are like 14 times the size of the Earth, okay, are huge vortices going towards the middle. And when they talk about material being spit out of the sunspot, do you guys know what material that is? Water. Large amount of water comes out of sunspots on the sun, right beside the fire.
Is that their conclusion?
No, that's measurements. Pardon me?
Is that their conclusion?
That's their measurements of the material that's coming out, mostly water. Well, steam, you know, H2O. Yeah, it's spectroscopy. But then, you know, so then I was thinking about that. I'm like, okay, well, you know, if you were to travel through the universe, and everything in the universe is a singularity, then you could, you know, build a ship that's able to go inside a singularity. That ship would have to have a drive at its center that's a singularity itself. Okay? And you could enter a local singularity, and because you're in singularity, connected to all things, you could come out anywhere you want, anywhere else in the universe. And you could actually follow a linear progression of that travel. Although it would only take seconds for you to go across the galaxy, you would still go through the singularity of the sun, through the singularity of the hub, and then out to another singularity that would be a solar system in some other corners of the galaxy. You could even go from the hub to another galaxy hub and then come out wherever you want there. You guys are following this? Okay. Now, if you think of it this way, then it's like, okay, well, we should be able to see these guys coming in and out. So I started to investigate this, and I found something very bizarre. I found that most of the telescope and probes that observe the sun are owned by no one else but the Vatican. The Vatican. And I was thinking, well, that is strange. What does the Vatican want with the sun? And I noticed, you know, so I started to, you know, kind of keep track of what was going on the sun. And I kept on downloading, you know, material from NASA, from the SOHO probe, which is a probe that's orbiting the sun. And one day, this video was put on the net. This was a while ago, almost 5 years ago now. There's been many others since then. This is a good one. Let's take a look at it. They placed this on the sun. Now this is the probe telemetry. This is the camera. And it has a little arm that has a protective lens because otherwise the electronics would get overwhelmed. And this is the sun surface here. This is a representation of the sun surface. And this is the video. So this video was placed on the net saying comets, sun-gazing comet hits the sun. And you know, a bunch of people downloaded this stuff. And you know, emailed NASA and said, what are these objects? Because comets usually have extremely long tails when they approach an object like the sun. Do you know how big these objects are? At least the size of the Earth. Okay? A comet the size of the Earth orbiting the sun or approaching the sun should have a very large tail, very visible tail. So, you know, after a whole bunch of astrophysicists emailed NASA going, what are these objects you're calling comets? They retracted the video. And I was lucky to get a copy because after, you know, a whole bunch of people complained when they retracted the video, they put the video back on. But all of a sudden, the objects had tails. However, let's go back and analyze this video a little bit. You can see the stars in the background all going from left to right. Okay, that's because the probe is orbiting. Right? And then you can see all these little white dots. Those are particles hitting the camera. Let's try to find one. You see this one? That's a particle from the sun hitting the camera. So you can ignore these little bleeps. But if you actually go backwards, you will find that there is only one object going towards the sun at first. And then at this frame, you will find two little objects here that appear that in the next frame move from here to here. Can everybody see this?
Not the light.
Oh, the light. So, from here to there. Right? Now, that's against all the other movements in the background. Okay? And then on the next frame, these two objects become one. Now, that's quite possible if the two objects ended up one behind each other. Right? So now it becomes one to an observer here. And then the next frame, these two objects become the second comet, which makes a 90-degree angle turn. See? Boom, become one, and then starts moving in this direction. So it came from here, it became one here, and then start moving in a completely 90-degree angle direction from where it was going. Now, the only comets that I know of that do that type of crazy movements are the ones that have little windows and little guys in the back waving. Okay? The size of the Earth. And here you can tell that the objects make most likely a full orbit of the Sun, and then boom, enters the Sun approximately at 19.47 latitude, probably in the sunspot, and then this huge plasma ejection comes out. Let's take a look at it. Boom. The other thing is the objects don't break into pieces like comets would do. And so I was really amazed to find this video. And I thought, my God, you know, if you were a society that had ships the size of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to go into any small black holes like the Earth. It would be, your ship just would be too big for the Earth. So you'd go for the next fractal level of black holes, you'd go for the Sun. But if you were using a smaller ship and you wanted to go through the black hole of the Earth, then you would find that black hole by going through the sunspots of the Earth. These sunspots would be the volcanoes you find on Earth. And that's when I start to realize as well that volcanoes might not be what we think they are. Meaning that, you know, for instance, the most active volcanoes on Earth are at 19.47 latitude. They're right where I live, on the island on the big island of Hawaii. And we find most volcanoes have a large amount of UFO activity. The volcanoes at 19.47 latitude in Mexico have so much UFO activity that the government, the Mexican government, has started to train pilots so that they know where the UFO activity is and they can avoid these routes when they're approaching Mexico City for landing. It's actually become mandatory that they follow that class if they are landing more than a certain percentage in Mexico City. Why? Because Mexicans typically sit on their porch at night and look at the UFOs coming in and out of volcanoes. That's how much activity there is. So I was thinking, well, if your ship, though, is the size of the Earth, then you'd have to go for the Sun. And as I was thinking this, the music was playing in the background, and this was what played. And I thought that was very indicative.
We were flying Mother Nature's silver seed to a new
Want to hear it again? Okay.
Beam us up.
Let it play. Crank it up.
Well, I dreamed I saw the silver spaceships flying in the yellow haze of the sun. There were children crying and colors flying all around the chosen ones. All in a dream, all in a dream. The loading had begun. We were flying Mother Nature's silver seed to a new home in the sun. Flying Mother Nature's silver seed to a new home.
Two objections. One at 5 o'clock and the other one about 10 o'clock.
Pardon me? How we could travel through the universe. The wormholes that John Wheeler predicted, I believe, are actually visible. They are vortices on the surface of the sun that we call sunspots. And they're going directly through to singularity. The vortex we found on Jupiter, the big red spot, 19.47 latitude. The big volcanoes we found in our solar system, the largest volcanoes in our solar system, the Olympus volcanoes on Mars, 19.47 latitude. Go ahead.
On this video, do you know the time scale?
Yeah, this is over, I think, a 2-day period. Yeah, I think it's about approximately 2-day period, but I don't have the timer on it. So I was, I was amazed, but you know what? The sun right now is doing some crazy stuff. Have you all been going through some epic challenge in your life? Don't take it personally. There's a lot going on out there that actually makes it almost unbelievable that we're here. Unbelievable. Did you know that last winter a comet almost twice the size of Jupiter flew through our solar system? Yeah, they didn't talk about that one. They released the data at the last minute. Let me pull it out for you, just so you see it. People don't know about this. Unbelievable. They didn't even talk about it on TV.
Why?
Because they thought we were toast. They thought we were done. A planet, a comet twice the size of Jupiter is not trivial. Jupiter is the largest planet in our solar system. An object twice the size of that is extremely massive. And there's no doubt that it should have disrupted many of the orbits in our solar system and created huge tidal wave on this planet.
Why didn't it?
I don't know. Here it is. This is the video that was given by NASA about it. They didn't talk about it, they just put it on the net, on the solo site. And basically, you were looking at, the basic telemetry of the sun. And then all of a sudden, oh, what's that? Okay, this is called a V1 comet. And you can see that this is not a trivial object. Look at the sun flare that goes at it and actually disrupted its path. And this is the size of the sun, you guys. Okay? The sun is enormous. The earth looks like a little bitty dot beside the sun. Right? This is a huge object flying right towards the sun, actually, and went around the sun. Astronomers thought it was going to hit the sun. That's why they thought we were toast. But it looks, and I'm not sure about this, this is extremely difficult to get data on this. They won't talk about it much. But I think that it didn't hit the sun because of the sun flare that actually moved it away. Did you see that?
What's the black stripe?
That's the arm that holds that little disc so that the lens doesn't get burned. But you can see that that sun flare moved that that comet away from it.
This is the Vatican that did all this?
Well, the Vatican has a large investment in most of the probes that observe the sun and the dates when it was going to come back. Well, they missed by 2 weeks. And all the people that are looking for Planet X, they're all disappointed because they say Planet X didn't show up. They didn't notice a comet twice the size of Jupiter showed up. The comet was 2 weeks in advance from the Sumerian text, but hey, on a 10,000-year prediction, I think that's pretty dang good. Right?
It's a quarter inch off.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it observable from?
It was. Yeah, it was observable from the west coast here very early in the morning, at sunrise, I believe.
What month?
February, yeah.
Of 2003?
Yeah, last winter. And here's the map when I updated it, and it showed the comets. And there was 2 comets that went by, one after the other. Now let me play this in slow-mo. This first comet came by, which is already enormous. And then this one. Check this out.
Are they in the same orbital plane?
No. They're on an angle coming in.
Right, so it's not quite as bad as it looks.
Yeah. However, the gravitational field of an object that big going inside the Mercury orbit should have pulled Mercury right into the sun. And look at the tail. When it's at the sun, the tail is still in the Earth's orbit.
Well, if you know what the orbit is, you should be able to calculate what the
gravitational influence was.
Yeah, what the perturbation is to the orbit.
Yeah, we did. We shouldn't be here.
Why are we here?
It didn't snap back. That means it still moved.
Pardon me?
The orbit of the Earth, you know, I mean, if you're saying that it changed the orbit of the Earth, then it's changed.
Oh, it didn't. Because if it did change the orbit of the Earth, it would have the calculations show that it would have changed it significantly. And a significant change in our orbit would have generated tidal waves and all sorts of events on the surface of the planet that we didn't see. Well, mostly necessarily, yes.
A small change over time would be a big change over a small change in a short time.
It wouldn't be a small change. It would be a large change, including Mercury going into the sun behind the comet. You know? You're talking a huge gravitational field here. Extremely large. I believe that we were given another chance.
We're really not here. We just think
Well, I think we're floating in grace. We're definitely floating in grace at this point, and somebody is taking care of us. Go ahead.
And with a tail that large, I'm amazed that we didn't get more of a visual on that thing from Earth.
Well, it's because of the angle at which it came in, and the angle of the Earth relative to it. It was not easily available. But there's pictures on the net of it. People took pictures in the morning of the comet. It's enormous.
It occurred that quickly. It was pretty.
Yeah, it was moving extremely fast. It moved extremely fast. Within a question of a few days, it was out of our solar system. Yeah.
The size of a comet, I mean, the mass of the comet isn't based on the size of the comet. Can appear extremely large and yet be extremely small, but what we see is expanded gas. Were they actually able to see the nucleus of the comet?
Yeah, the expanded gas, that's a good point. The expanded gas of that comet is much larger than the sun.
Well, the material size of the corona would tell whether or not it would really affect
You see the size of the perturbation and the expansion of the gases around the comet makes the size of the comet actually much larger than twice the size of Jupiter. So when they say twice the size of Jupiter, they're talking about the nucleus of this comet, because the material around it, this is the size of the sun. The material around it makes it almost as large as the sun.
You're talking about size or mass?
I'm talking about size. The mass is directly related to its composition, which is supposed to be mostly ice and rocks. So,
It'd be a concentration of any particular cause of gas.
well, yeah, but that would be an unusual comet. In general, comets are ice and rocks.
Which would make its mass so close to the sun's mass. The sun is gaseous. The solid object that size would have a mass.
An extremely large mass. And the calculations show with a comet made out of ice and rock of this size, the gravitational field is extraordinary, is enormous. Go ahead.
So you were thinking that this was definitely a comet, this wasn't a starship.
Yeah, this was definitely a comet.
These are protected by other forces, but this wasn't, if this was just a comet, that was a really...
That's right. Because you see on this one, you know, unlike the videos of these other objects, you can tell there's a pretty good tail there, you know. I mean, this is a tail the size of an astronomical unit, almost, from the sun to the Earth, you know. So that's, you know, that's appropriate for a comet, you see. Go ahead.
What's the source of this? Is this is an animation, obviously, since the Earth is in it, or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a program that gives you the activities that are going on in the solar system.
But it's based on measurements.
Yeah, it's all absolutely accurate to what's going on out there. At least some of the stuff that's released by NASA, in any case.
That's actual footage, right?
That's actual footage, yeah. This is not an animation. This is pictures taken by Soho of this comet going by. Go ahead.
With regards to that, what are your information and thoughts on what the latitude was with regards to the sun, where that came from, and might that affect?
Because that would have created a large perturbation in our daily life. Now, the sun is not, you know, the activity that's going on in our solar system is just outrageous right now. You guys need to know about this. It's kind of nuts. This is what the sun does every year. Every 11 years, I'm sorry. It's called the sun cycle. Every 11 years, the sun flips its poles. Its north pole becomes its south pole, and its south pole becomes its north pole. And when it does that, and I don't mean that it flips its physical poles, it flips its magnetic poles. And when it does that every 11 years, it goes from a smooth surface with not too many sunspots to more and more sunspots till it reaches its peak and flips its pole, and then it goes back to normal. It goes back to this type of structure. So this was the approach to the last sun cycle, the last solar maximum. Go ahead.
Is the solar maximum concurrent with the minimum magnetic field? Just prior to swapping?
No, it's concurrent with the maximum magnetic field. The magnetic field becomes extremely active because of all of the sunspots generate a huge magnetic field and huge X-ray emission as well. Sunspots generate huge X-ray emissions, and that's because material is being sucked inside a black hole, and you expect X-ray emission from that. But as you look at the sun, you find that these sunspots, are supposed to go to a maximum and then go back to normal. So here's the sun in 97. The sunspot maximum was 2000, and then 2001, actually at the end of 2000, the beginning of 2001, and then it's supposed to go back to this. So 97, 98, it's starting to get more active. 99, you can see there's a lot of activity. And then 2000, it reached its maximum, and now it's supposed to be back to normal. Is it? No. This is the sun a few months ago. There's more sunspots on the sun than ever before. Some days they have recorded over 200 sunspots. There's never been so many sunspots on the sun. In fact, since Galileo, we haven't seen anything like it. The sun is not calming down at all. Now, the last sun cycle was 2001, plus 11 years. That gives you the date for the next sun cycle of 2012. The end of the Mayan calendar, which tells us that we are approaching a time where we are going to move into the sixth sun. Right. Now remember the dynamics of the theory we learned about this morning. Black holes generate smaller black holes that are subatomic particles that makes plasma dynamics around it. When it gets too much plasma, it starts slowing down, and then it becomes unstable, and it fluffs off some of that plasma and then starts spinning up again. I think we're approaching one of that fluff off part. And I think the sun has done this before. There's another thing that the sun started to do. And this data now, I don't have a scanner while I'm on the road, but I found new data recently. The sun has started to pulse these huge electromagnetic pulse emission. And I wasn't sure about this because I thought maybe it's the cameras that are going berserk on the SOHO probe. But it's not. I looked at the data of the amount of negative ions produced by the sun. And the negative ions production is going through the roof right now when these pulses are occurring. It's the negative ion production is at normal on a scale from 1 to 9 when it's at about 2 to 3. And recently it's of the sun all of a sudden just pulsing like this. Let me show you what it looks like on telemetry. See, you gotta know, you gotta go frame by frame, otherwise you can't tell. But if you go frame by frame, can you see that? And then the next pulse. Well, this is days apart. Actually, let me see. See, the camera is taking pictures every few hours. But the thing is that the camera only takes picture every few hours, and if you're lucky, it's going to take the picture of the pulse. But it might have missed a lot of pulse in between. So you don't know, but at least you see some of them there.
How long do you think they last? A second?
I don't know. I haven't got enough data to tell, but it's definitely significant. And the amount, and Elizabeth Rauscher and I are actually right now trying to calculate how much energy it would take for the sun to actually do that. Because when you're talking about an object the size of the sun, all of a sudden changing its amount of radiation, almost doubling it in X-ray, you know, just like that, you're talking about a lot of energy.
Is this an accepted phenomenon? Other people see this and they accept this as something happening?
Well, there's definitely a lot of physicists saying there's something happening about the sun. They're not necessarily all aware of this. I've made many of them aware of it, and I've shown them the data. They don't have much to say about it. They don't know what it is. It's definitely not normal, meaning we haven't observed this from the sun before. I have another one that's much more outrageous. You guys want to see it?
Yeah.
Why can't we feel it now? I mean, why don't we feel it when we're outside?
Oh, you do?
You could even see it.
Have you noticed this summer? The world has never seen heat like this. All around the world, thousands of people have died in Europe. China had 126-degree heat. You know, this is not the result of global warming. Global warming does not happen that fast. Okay? This is the result of something much more dramatic, like the sun going berserk. The other thing is that Jupiter, you see, have you heard about Aurora Borealis this year?
No.
You know what Aurora Borealis are, right? These colors you see in the sky? These colors you see in the sky are the result of the ions thrown out by the sun, the plasma thrown out of the sun, getting caught in the magnetic field of the Earth, and then getting funneled at the north and south pole of the Earth. And when they enter the atmosphere of the Earth, they create all this radiation that looks like Aurora Borealis. Well, that happens on the other planets too. Let me show you Aurora Borealis on Saturn. See? That's Aurora Borealis on Saturn, on the north and south pole. Let me show you Aurora Borealis on Jupiter.
Have you used any
These are the pictures of the north and south pole of Jupiter.
Is that unusual?
Well, what's unusual, and I don't have a picture, I gotta get it from the net. I gotta get that in my presentation. What's unusual is that on Jupiter right now, there is so much activity from the sun. Well, on the Earth, never mind Jupiter, the aurora borealis are now spanning all the way down to the equator. And they've been seeing aurora borealis on the border of Mexico and so on. And there is aurora borealis in the North Pole that have been going on steady for weeks and months. They're not going away. Because there's so much solar activity, the sun is throwing out so much stuff that there's so much ions coming in the atmosphere that it's creating these aurora borealis all around that are, in a steady state now. But on Jupiter, they have now observed an extremely hot spot, almost the size of the Earth, on the North Pole of Jupiter. Because there's so much solar activity, and all these hot ions are going in, the surface of Jupiter is actually starting to ignite. Jupiter is the exact same composition as the Sun. In the sixth sun tradition of the Incas, the Mayans, and many others, many tradition talks about the next evolution, there will be two suns. And from these traditions, what's his name? Arthur C. Clarke did the movie 2010, where Jupiter atmosphere ignite into a sun. It's the birth of a new sun. I thought that's interesting. But I wanted to show you some of these pulses. I have new ones that are kind of mind-boggling, and I hope I can find them. It's kind of not obvious because there's so much stuff going on. Let me see. Pulse is that. So these pulse, is typical or what would be expected of a system that's about to go and release some of its energy. Now, it might not. Okay, 25, 148. Let me see. 25, 148. Let's see. I can nail this. I missed it. Let's see. Okay. 24. 25. That is the largest pulse I have been able to find. That is outrageous. And you should see the data that comes out with this. When you see the graphs of electron production and negative ion production and all this, everything just peaks right out. It's outrageous. Look at the deformation that is going on the surface of the sun. Look at these bumps. It's like completely warping the surface of the sun. That is a lot of energy. That is a lot of energy.
Why do you think?
Like I said, I think that the sun is going through its cycle where it's actually starting to become unbalanced because it's going too slow for the amount of energy in it, and it's starting to get ready to release some of that energy. And, the result would be, huge energy would be released into a solar system, which we're experiencing right now. Our weather is going to change. It's going to get real hot, and as well, the plasma that's ejected could easily reorganize in smaller planets and change the dynamics of the planets together. So there's many things that can happen there. Well, there's not that much more to say about Jupiter other than that hotspot has been growing for the last year and a half, and at this point it's emitting a lot of energy in X-ray and infrared and all this. It's not visibly ignited yet, like it's not doing fire yet, but it's getting hotter and hotter, and it's getting bigger and bigger very quickly, especially as the sun is going more berserk.
And that's like never been seen before.
No, they have no explanation for it.
If Jupiter is actually in the process of igniting and turning into a star, do you think that there's a possibility of a sympathetic vibration between the sun and Jupiter to actually bring that about?
Create a balance?
Yeah.
It could be.
Distance away, but
yeah.
A lot of energy too.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy, and they're two fairly large objects, and they both output a lot of energy. Jupiter outputs 90% more energy than it receives from the sun, from some kind of internal energy source, which I believe is a black hole. So, yeah, definitely all objects, are always in sympathetic resonance to each other and always tend towards stability and equilibrium. So there would be a reorganization of the sympathetic relationship between the two.
So if all consist is fractal, what could you relate this to that we have observed before, or that microcosm? I mean, is there anything that you could relate it to?
Yeah, it's similar to an electron going to the next orbit, the next shell. It's similar to a quasar becoming a galaxy. It's similar, it's that pulse that occurs, that pulse of life. The Big Bang is another example of it, if you'd like, And so it is a fractal. The fractal relationship actually you can find everywhere, and all of the dynamics and all the systems we see in the universe would be a result of that pulse. And interestingly, recently we have, for the first time, have been able to get data of what our solar system looks like inside the galaxy, and they we're surprised to find that our solar system is in the middle of a bubble of nothingness in our galaxy, meaning all the material around our solar system seem to have been pushed away on the edge of our far from our solar system. And they don't know why. The only thing they could come up with was that a supernova must have blasted right beside our sun that pushed all this stuff out. But that doesn't make sense, because if a supernova went off beside our sun, then we would have got pushed out with the rest of the stuff. And our sun is right in the middle of that bubble. So the only thing that could have done that was our sun doing the pulse and pushing all the stuff out. And when it did that, most likely that's what generated all the plasma necessary to generate our planets. You see? And so now it's about to go to do another of these pulses. Now it could be a much smaller pulse. It could be a micro pulse in a fractal of larger pulse. You guys see what I mean? So it could fluff off just enough energy, release enough energy by doing these pulses, so that eventually it regains balance and goes back to normal. But even if it was minor in terms of the amount of the energy of the sun that would be released, it would still be a major event to people of Earth. And certainly we would start to observe a new quality of luminosity of our sun. Because when it does that, and interestingly, if it really does this, it's not unconceivable to think that it might actually become clear. I mean that now there's that many sunspots on the sun. Some of them are like 10 times the size of the Earth. There's a lot of black on the sun, right? Now, if it blew enough plasma, it could actually expose its black hole nature. And that'd be cool because it proved my theory. But in any case, if it did, it's not unthinkable that we would get 3 days, maybe, of darkness with no sun, while it is regaining balance and before it starts emitting electromagnetic light again, right?
Within the network of people that you work with, are there any activities to kind of mobilize human consciousness to tap into per se the consciousness that's happening with the sun to help understand the dynamics of the movement, and how can we on Earth, since we are all our synchronic points, to facilitate a good, easy movement so that we don't explode? As I hear you, I'm asking myself, well, is the sun going to explode and push us out and we all become dust? Or how can we work with our consciousness to facilitate a good transition to the next level?
Yeah, I've thought about that myself, and it's a good point. One thing that I really suggest to work with your consciousness and the sun is don't take it personally. Okay? That's first, on the list. Because when the sun is going berserk like this and flaring and all this, there's so much energy, there's so much, activity, there's so much stuff. It is affecting human consciousness. There is no doubt about it. When I was looking at this data, with Bill Bison, an engineer that has been recording the activities of the sun for the last 30 years, is an expert and so on. And his jaw was on the ground. He was like, oh my God, I've never seen data like this. And the first thing he said is, this is going to affect human consciousness. So don't, just flow with it. Try flowing with it. Just let go. Don't worry if everything you say is completely misinterpreted. Okay? Don't worry if you get yelled at, and don't worry. Don't just try to let it flow and let it go. Everything is going to be in a state of flux, right? The other thing I would say is that if you're if you are aware of these changes that are going on in the solar system, you can start to actually synchronize your resonance pattern, your energy to it by intent. And that might sound very esoteric, but I think there's some validity to this. Meaning that you allow the change to happen in your body so you can adapt to the changes that are occurring in our environment. I think that this much amount of information, this much amount of energy coming at us is actually going to change our DNA structure very quickly. And we have to be aware of that and allow that to happen and go into sympathetic resonance with that. And if we resist that, there's a good chance we're going to get extremely sick.
Because you are, several generations ahead of the common person out on the street here, what efforts are you doing to kind of prepare yourself to be a messenger to larger numbers of people to assist them in this process?
Well, everybody has their own mission, I believe. Everybody is here at this time to do something very specific to assist in this change that we're going through. And for me, it's to bring a unified view of the universe and to bring a technology that will help us transition through these changes. For you and for many others, it might be completely different and supportive of each other, I'm sure. But basically, is to go into your center and to find your mission, to find what you're here to do. There is something that you're here to do, and to do it. Don't go around the pot, don't wait, don't do it. Just do it, And that's going to help the world. And commit to it. Do whatever is necessary to get it done, because there is very little time left. Go ahead.
For me, it's to make sure that that $15 million needed to complete your research is raised within the next 12 months. And I have an email list here for everybody to sign who wants to help me with that.
Awesome.
Wow.
Awesome. And we're going to see how the application of this theory... Yeah, we're going to take a... So everybody's like wanting me to get out of the physics bubble and onto the ancient civilization bubble. There's no difference, that's right. So, I had studied many ancient civilizations for many years. I really did study it. I didn't take it, for granted. I looked into it. I found the I Ching. I found the Mayan calendars. I found many evidence. The flower of life, the many different evidence of the 64 tetrahedron grid being implanted, the code being given all around the world. Okay? And it all comes out to the same thing. But I hadn't really looked at the Islamic, the ancient Jewish tradition and the Bible and all this. Amber, if you can find me my Bible. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's on the table. Great. So this infamous book, I definitely, the reason why I wouldn't look at this is that I had an aversion to it from my childhood. I had like terrible experiences with the Catholic Church, and I was really, it was like school, and I really didn't want to have to look at it. I was determined I was going to study all the other religions first. And finally, and we didn't have time to go through all this today, I've given week-long seminars, and even in a week, I don't have time to go through all this stuff. Some of the people here from Reno were at my week-long seminar in Hawaii, and that was fun. You all have to come next time I do one of these.
When?
I don't know. It'll be maybe this winter sometime.
Where?
Just get on my, in Hawaii. Just get on my email list, and you can all come to Captain Cook in Hawaii where I live, and we're going to have a great time. Swim with dolphins in the morning. I don't. Because I've been staying behind the scene for many years, because I'm building technology, but actually now I'm ready to go public, and you're going to help me with that, right? Yes. Okay. Now, so I've been studying ancient civilization for a while, You all have enough energy for this part? Yeah. Okay. There you go. Wow, you guys are in. All right. And so I was really kind of, trying to avoid this part, but I got into it eventually, and I went to my local church, and I actually borrowed a Bible. And, they give them away most of the time. I was studying this, and and I was thinking, well, what is this whole thing about? And I started to study it deeper and deeper. I was kind of stunned to find out that Newton had spent almost 20 years studying ancient Kabbalistic esoteric traditions long before he wrote anything on physics. And actually, there is a book of his memoir that is from his own writing that says that actually all of the physics that he wrote, he pulled directly from the study of the Kabbalistic traditions. That's amazing. Most people don't know that. And he actually made a whole map of the floor plan of the Temple of Solomon, because he felt like if we could understand the floor plan of the Temple of Solomon, we could understand the foundation of the universe. He was convinced that embedded in the Kabbalistic tradition was, and the ancient Jewish tradition, there was the key to the foundation of creation. And so he dug for many years, and he extrapolated all of his laws of physics out of them. Now, he obviously didn't understand some of the foundation of the Kabbalistic tradition, which eliminates the possibility for a closed system or for an isolated system. But in any case, I was surprised to find that. So hey, I got a Bible. One thing I knew is that from what I remembered from my education in the Catholic Church, God, according to the Catholic Church, was this old man with a beard, sitting on a throne somewhere, and with a pair of binoculars and a 2x4, and every time you screwed up, it just hit you behind the head, right? So, I was kind of terrified of that God very early in my life. And, there was a lot of things about being afraid of God and all this stuff. So when I started my research, I was kind of surprised to find that actually the throne of God in Judaic tradition is not described as an old man with a beard sitting in a throne, but actually as a throne with a tetrahedron on it. And I thought, whoa, that's different. And then, there was like 7 angels, radiating into that tetrahedron. You got to realize as well that I didn't have time to talk about that much today. And actually, today my presentation has been a little bit all over the place. But, I kind of improvise every time because there's so much material. But one thing is that all the way through this investigation, it was clear to me that if you understood the structure of the vacuum, the structure of the foundation of creation, you could reproduce it in a technology which creates a resonance pattern between the geometry of space, the geometry of the structure of the vacuum, and the technology itself. And if you could create that resonance link, all of a sudden you would download a huge amount of energy from the vacuum itself. You'd build a mini black hole. To build such a mini black hole, you'd probably need crystals. because crystals appropriately cut and appropriately resonated would be the perfect material to make that link, since crystals molecules, first of all, crystals are 70% water, and then the crystal molecules are actually tetrahedral. The crystal molecules are very coherent if you have good crystals, and if they were cut in the appropriate geometry of the 64 tetrahedron grid with the right gases involved, you could create those dynamics. Because of my studies of the sun gods, you know, and because of my studies about the of ancient civilization, I had a really strong feeling that those crystals, and I'm going to tell you what it looks like right now. It's 64 tetrahedron grid inside a crystal ball. They're very small tetrahedron, they're inside a crystal ball, and there's gases inside that ball. Okay? This is not some esoteric New Age crystal. Okay? This is highly technical, technological stuff. Okay? It's not like a raw crystal you grab from a mountain and start meditating with. Okay? Now, when I believe that many of the New Age people remember the powers of the crystals because they remember that technology. Okay? The first person that talked about Atlantis was not some psychic. The first person that talked about Atlantis was Plato. Plato is and was extremely respected. And we use most of Plato's stuff except the 3 books that he wrote about Atlantis. And when he wrote these books, in all of them he mentions that this is not some story, this is factual. And he says he got it from the high priest in Egypt. And he describes a very advanced civilization that has a source of power, which is later as well described by Edgar Cayce, has a source of power that they call a crystal of extreme luminosity, of extreme power. I believe that is the crystal that can be built, the crystal of Atlantis, to create a link to the geometry of space. Do you guys all follow this? I was starting to read the Bible, and I was finding these plates of the description of God, and with it came words like the throne of God was the crystal seat, da 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 da. Many references to crystal. Ezekiel in the Bible, the story of Ezekiel. Enoch, which is not a book of the Bible. The book of Enoch was found in Ethiopia. Was never re-edited. It's translated directly from the original text. In both these accounts, they describe some kind of ship that shows up in a big cloud. And then they say a door opened and God called me onto his boat. And then inside it describes it describes the throne of God as crystals with rainbows all around it. You see? I think he was describing the power, the drive of that ship. So I was really intrigued. So I started to read the Bible, and as I read the Bible, I realized something. I realized something I had never noticed before. That is, that most of the Bible is describing, the Old Testament is describing I'm going to have to read, and I can't hold this while I'm reading. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that the Bible actually is describing something, the Old Testament anyway, is describing something that is very, very strange. When the Old Testament talks about God, it doesn't say, and God. It says, and the Ark of the Covenant of God. It turns out that the whole Old Testament is describing the comings and going of the Ark of the Covenant, except for Genesis, which describes the start. But you see, even when you read Genesis in the context of what we saw today, you find that actually it's describing something very similar to the account of Atlantis given by Plato. A civilization that develops with a very advanced technology and that allows them to live very, very long. In the Bible, there's chapters after chapters describing people living 600 and 800 years. Okay? And then eventually that society was flooded, which is what Plato said happened to Atlantis. So actually Genesis could be an account of Atlantis. I thought that was interesting. And so I started to study it more and more. And I realized that the temples of Solomon was built for only one purpose: to host the Ark of the Covenant of God at its center, the Holy of Holy, the power of all power, the Ark. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. I didn't think that the Judaic tradition was about some object that they called the seat of God. So I was looking into it, and I was reading, and I thought, well, that's interesting, because in Genesis, it talks about the tree of knowledge. You know, Adam and Eve, and the tree of knowledge, and the apple, and so on. Well, interestingly, if you cut an apple in half, you get a double torus with a seed in the middle, which contains the possibility for a whole other apple tree, right? The singularity, which has apples and singularities and apples and singularities and so on. So I was reading that, and then I realized as well, this text, when this is in Genesis, it's 4:24. When man began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God, plural, sons of God, saw that the daughters of man were beautiful, and they married them, any of them, and they chose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. That means they were not from the earth. Okay? And also afterwards. And the sons of God went to the daughter of man and had children with them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. So, this describes the sons of God that came to the earth, so they were not from the earth, and had children with the women of the earth. And I started to realize, wait a minute, was this planetary system seeded? You know, it started to, in anthropology, we're missing a huge link between the ancient Neanderthal and so on, and the modern Homo sapien. And that link we're missing is getting wider and wider, more and more records we get. There's new skulls that have been discovered now that makes that link even harder to make. So I started to think about it, and I'm like, that's interesting. And so I continued to read, and then I got across something really that perked my ears. It was in crossing of the sea. Exodus, that's 13:22. By day the Lord went ahead of them, Moses going towards the Red Sea as he's escaping Egypt with all of the tribes of Israel. Moses was son of Pharaoh for 40 years before he realized he was Jew and decided to take the tribes of Israel out of Egypt.
You know, the 40 years in the middle.
Yeah.
40 years of Prince, 40 years in the desert, then at 80 he decided.
Yeah. But when he decided he was going to go and with the tribes of Israel, he was leaving, and all of a sudden the Pharaoh changed his mind and went after him. Well, you know, I was reading this. Now, when the Pharaoh weren't going to let him go, there was this whole thing where Moses and the other high priest of Egypt were having like a battle of manifestation. The ones that could manifest the wildest, craziest things was going to win. So like they had like frogs raining from the sky. He threw his staff down and it turned into a snake. He got water, he got blood to flow through the city and all this stuff. But he won that contest. As I looked at the Ark of the Covenant in the Bible, the Ark that they call the Ark of God, they give dimensions of that box. It's like a box-like object that's got gold on the outside, wood in the middle, and gold on the inside. Well, that's a capacitor. A capacitor is an object that holds energy. When you charge it, just like a battery, it holds energy, except that a battery can only discharge the energy very slowly. A capacitor can discharge the energy in an instant. So when I looked at it, I thought, well, that's a neat capacitor. It would be quite large in capacitance. It would be a very high level, a lot of capacitance. It would have really high voltage, and it would be quite heavy. It would be a heavy object, extremely heavy. In fact, it would be way too heavy to lift up with two flimsy poles. It would weigh over 3 tons because of all the gold on it. And so there was problems with that, but I noticed that the dimensions that were given in the Bible for that box matched the dimensions of a box that was found in the remains of King Tut in Egypt. And then I noticed that those boxes were the exact appropriate boxes to fit inside the sarcophagus inside the Grand Pyramid of Giza. Meaning that the box size is a perfect fit so that you can lower the ark inside the sarcophagus inside the Grand Pyramid and then push the poles in without having to touch the capacitor, which would zap the crap out of you. So when you look at, and then I noticed as well that the outside dimensions of the sarcophagus are exactly half, actually are twice the volume of the inside dimension. Exactly. Okay, so it's a perfect octave. And then if you measure the ark as described in the Bible, that's again twice smaller than the inside dimension of the sarcophagus. So now you have another octave. And then if you measure the inside volume of the ark as described in the Bible, you got another octave. It's again twice as big, twice as small. So it was a perfect fit. And I started to think, what would you want to carry in a capacitor like that? There must have been some extremely powerful energy source, energy device inside that capacitor. But the thing is that Moses supposedly didn't build that capacitor, didn't build that device until he was on the other side of Mount Sinai, on the other side of the Red Sea at Mount Sinai. When you read the Bible, you find that actually the Ark of the Covenant is always portrayed as a very, as this box-like object with its two poles, with some kind of extremely luminous object between the cherubim on top of it. And then you see that in the Bible, this object is always described with a huge, what they call pillar of cloud or pillar of light above it, a huge vortex. I had just finished elaborating the mathematics and the topology of the space-time manifold generating huge vortex at the north and south pole of those black holes. And if you were to build a small one, you would generate a vortex like that as well. So I thought that was interesting, but I didn't really have anything on it. And then I read something that boggled my mind. This is the crossing of the Red Sea. Moses is now going towards the Red Sea, and the Pharaoh has changed his mind and is going after him. Maybe the Pharaoh changed his mind and went after him because Moses left with something the Pharaoh didn't expect Moses was going to leave with. And here it says, on the way to the Red Sea, by day the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them on their way, and at night in a pillar of fire to give them light, so that they could travel by day or night. Neither the pillar of cloud by day nor the pillar of fire by night left its place in front of the people. But you see, that pillar of fire and that pillar of cloud is always described on top of the Ark of the Covenant. Yet, here, they're not supposed to have the Ark of the Covenant yet. You see what I mean? So now I'm going, wait a minute. The box-like object that they're describing in the Bible might just be the carrying case for the power supply, which is something completely different, that generates the vortices and the singularity at the center. So I was starting to read this, and I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting, and I'm reading more, and it's saying that there's clouds above and there's clouds below and so on. And I thought, what do they mean by God? Right? Because they're calling it the Ark of the Covenant of God. So I did some research on that. Where is the word God coming from? What is this thing they call God? It's some kind of object. Okay? But what is this thing they're calling God? So I looked it up. And I looked everywhere and I couldn't find it. And finally, I found it in the preface of my Bible. Look in the preface of your Bible, and it will say where the word God was translated from. The word God was translated from the word tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton. Oh my God. That freaked me out. Oh my tetragrammaton, yes. That freaked me out. Every time you read the word God in the Bible, you can translate it to tetragrammaton. And so I was looking at the root etymology of the word tetragrammaton. It's like, oh my God, how can I find a word so close to tetrahedron in the Bible? And I looked at the etymology, and it turns out that tetra, which is 4, right, was used, 4, and grammaton has a root word that can be grammar. So 4 grammar, or 4 letters, are taught to be Yahweh, the 4 letters of God. Yeah, Yutevoti. However, when you dig a little deeper in the etymology of the word grammaton, it has actually a deeper root. And that root is 4 tetra, tetra, which is tetrahedron. Grammaton comes from the word gram, or gravity. Weight, it refers to weight, gram, and the effect of gravity. And that's where the word gravity came from, grammaton. So now you have a word for God, okay, that has the structure of a tetrahedron generating a gravitational effect. And I thought, well, that I'm pushing it, right? I'm sure, this is kind of wild. But hey, then I look up what the heck is the tetragrammaton in Kabbalistic tradition. And I found that it is an isotropic vector metric in 2D. Here is typically in Kabbalistic tradition the way God is represented. It's represented as isotropic vector metric. Remember, 4 faces, 3, 2, 1. It's like one face of the isotropic vector metric. And each letters of the word God has a number that goes with it. In Kabbalistic tradition, that's very important. Now you got to realize that the Kabbalistic tradition are the oral tradition of the Druidic history. These traditions were not to be written. They were not even supposed to be talked about. Only initiates could learn about these knowledge. It was thought to be the nature of God that was revealed. And if you understood it, you could understand God. So I was thinking maybe the Kabbalistic tradition is the explanation of what the power source inside that box is. That bright object. Go ahead.
I would also mention I'm a student of Kabbalah. And,
Yes.
Yud means singularity.
That's right. At the center of the of the Kabbalistic tradition is that crown that unfolds onto itself to infinity, describing singularity. So I was puzzled with this. I found that the tetragrammaton, right, was actually generating the numbers. So each letter in the isotropic vector matrix is a number, and the Kabbalistic tradition tells you that the numbers are just as important as the letters. And so when you calculate the numbers, you get 72, which is the 72 names of God that's found in the Bible, or the 72 faces of God, right? So that all match. But this is a male God. We're missing half the equation again. Why is it that in many of these ancient civilizations, some of them we didn't have time to see today, we only have half of the code? Well, that would be because if you were an advanced civilization trying to put a code, embed a code in a not so advanced planetary system, you wouldn't want these people to be able to uncode or decode that code prior to being ready for that type of power. So you could code the code, or you could make the code only one polarity of it, like the male polarity of the code. And it wouldn't be until that civilization understood the balance between the male and female, understood the equality between the male and female, that they would be able to decode the code. And then that would mean that they were ready to do it. You guys follow what I just said? So basically, here you have to add the female god or goddess to the tetrahedron or to the isotropic vector metric. And if you did, you have the double of these numbers. And the result would be 72 plus 72, given 144, which is thought to be the number of ascension in the in Revelation. As well, in Revelation it says that the New Jerusalem is a crystal city with rainbows all around it. And that crystal city has faces of 144. There is exactly 144 faces on the outside of a 64 tetrahedron metric. Nice. I thought I was onto it. And so I kept on reading the Bible, and I got really interested now, you know. And I'm like, oh my God, this is all about the technology. This is all about Atlantis. And I kept on reading, and I found something that was extremely significant. And this has been completely omitted by scholars. This is long after, you know, Moses was following the ark through the desert. It took him 40 years to do a route that usually took only a year. Okay? I know this because my father, actually my grandfather, my father is Iranian, and my grandfather was a guide that brought people to Mecca from Iran. And it took him 6 months there and 6 months back in the desert. And so these routes were well known. And actually my grandfather lived to the age of 128. And I believe that it's because he went to Mecca, to the Kaaba, which held the black crystal, the dark stone, or the black sun as described by the Sumerian plates. given to man by the sun gods. But in any case, Moses is taking 40 years to do a route that should have taken a year. Why? Because he's following the ark. It's very clear in the Judaic tradition and in the rabbinic tradition that the ark is moving on its own. Whenever the ark lifts and starts going, they would lift camp and follow it. And whenever the ark would stop, they would stop and put a camp up. Sometimes they would stay there for 3-4 years before the ark would start going again. So this ark seemed to have anti-gravitic capability. It seemed to be able to hover. There's instances where they describe the ark lifting the high priest that carried it. So I'm thinking about all this, and then eventually, Moses dies, and Joshua has taken the lead. And Joshua arrives at the Jordan. And this is where I found this really interesting thing. Joshua arrives at the Jordan, and the Jordan is running at flood level. There's no way they can cross with the tribes of Israel. They're trying to get to Jericho on the other side. So Joshua doesn't know what to do, and he asks God. And God says, Now, this is describing the high priest taking the ark and going into the water of the Jordan with the ark. And as soon as they put their feet in the Jordan with the ark, the waters are cut up. Okay? And then it says, and then there's a whole bunch of other things. This is Joshua 4:22 for people that want to refer it. And the priests came up out of the river, carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord. No sooner they had set their feet on dry ground than the water of the Jordan returned to their place and ran at stage as before. So they went into the Jordan, sat there with the ark, while all of the tribes of Israel went across, and the water was stopped. And then as soon as they got out, the water started to flow again. Well, I thought that's interesting, because one evidence of gravitational effect would be to stop the course of water. But what blew my mind is what comes next. At the end of that chapter, for the Lord your God, they're talking about the ark, dried up the Jordan before you until you had crossed over. The Lord your God did to the Jordan just what had been done to the Red Sea when he dried up before us, when he dried it up before us until we had crossed over. Wow. That has been omitted. Because this says that they used the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord to open the Red Sea with Moses. But in the section where they talk about opening the Red Sea, they just say Moses lift up his staff and open his arm, and the Red Sea opened. They forgot to mention that the ark was involved with this staff. And so here they do, though. Here they make it very obvious that the power of the ark was used to open the Red Sea. That means the ark was not the box that was built at the foot of Mount Sinai after opening the Red Sea. The power of the ark had to be there with Moses before he crossed the Red Sea. And thus it was something else. The box was only something to carry it across the desert for 40 years. Probably he didn't have time to take the box out when he left Egypt. He just took the crystal. Go ahead.
Do you think Ethiopia has the Ark of the Covenant now?
I'm going to get to that. So, are you guys all following this? Okay. So I was really excited. I was like, oh my God, this is really real. I mean, they're really talking about some object. And this is kind of tough to do, but we can, I started to look into it, and I found more and more evidence that the sun, that the ark was this crystalline structure. I found the Ezekiel text. I found the Keys of Enoch text, and I thought, wait a minute, what are they talking about? Well, I looked deeper into the Kabbalistic tradition, and when I did, I found that they didn't just give you like hints to what the geometry was. They actually said, this is the Kabbalistic tree, this is the foundation of all creation, and if you decode this, you'll understand all of the universe. So I knew that they were giving us a really good key to what was powering the Ark of the Covenant, since the Ark was thought to be the seat of God, the seat of the universe. And the Kabbalistic tree can commonly be described as the tree of knowledge as well, the tree that was placed in the Garden of Eden at the center of our Genesis. So when I looked at it, I thought, what is this? And I started to read Kabbalistic tradition texts and all this. Oh my God, I got so confused. It was so confusing. There's so much stuff out there, and it's all philosophy. And I was really kind of not being able to find anything that was jiving, but I was looking at the geometry, and what I did is I plastered it on the ceiling of my van so I could lay in my bed and look at it in the morning, every morning, and I was trying to decode it. And really quickly, I realized that the bottom part was a tetrahedron, and that the top part was an octahedron. But I didn't know what this middle part was. This X with a box around it. I didn't know how to deal with that. And then I realized, wait a minute, this box here, this rectangle, fits in this upper rectangle. So I thought, oh, maybe they just took it and squashed it. So I took the top part and slid the bottom into it. And boom, the result was a tetrahedron and an octahedron on top, which is all of the vertices you need to generate the star tetrahedron with the octahedron in the middle. You guys see this? To generate this, all you need is a tetrahedron and an octahedron and all the vertices, and you can start building it. So I was like, oh, this is cool. As soon as you slide the bottom into the top, basically, as soon as you compress it, as soon as you collapse it, right, you obtain a 3D geometry. And then I realized that the Kabbalistic text said that there wasn't just one tree, but that there's four, and that they're attached at the crown, or at the root. Well, I assumed that they were giving us only half the code again, so that there would be 8 trees attached at the root. Well, if there is 8 trees attached at the root, and each one are decoded to give a star tetrahedron, as we just did, then the result is 64 tetrahedron grid. How do you know you've decoded it right. Well, when you're finished, you can actually plot the two-dimensional tree right on top of it, and you have all the lines you need with its sephiroths. The sephiroths are these balls on the corner of the tree. The word sephiroth comes from the word sapphire, referring to crystals. And when you plot the sephiroth all around the tree, all around the 64 tetrahedron, since each tree has one sephiroth involved in the middle, each tree only has 9 sephiroths. 9 multiplied by 8, 72. I had come back exactly to the tetragrammaton.
You've got
And
2 other ways that you can do this.
Mhm.
The top 3 are always considered to be separate and above man, and thus to be mapped separately.
Mhm.
Keter, the center and the crown, is in its own space, and the one space that's missing that you have filled in with your dark circle is da'at, known as knowledge.
Knowledge, that's right. That point, that's the esoteric sephiroth in the middle. That's right. I have shown this to rabbinic tradition expert, and one of them started crying. It's very significant. What scared me is when I was studying this, it warned over and over in many books that if you try to decode the Kabbalistic tree, most people turn crazy. They lose it. And I figure, well, you know what? I'm already crazy, so I can't go much further, so I should be all right, right? And so I just went at it, and it came out. So I was like in amazement that it was so easy. Now I did do an animation that so here it is again.
We see the Kabbalistic trees coming together under the general active contracting pulses, creating the 64 tetrahedrons of the geometry of space, forming the vector equilibrium at its center.
Thank you, Amber. And here's a Kabbalistic tree that was generated during the time that I was writing this up in a little journal I published. This was in England. But note on this little animation that when we look at it slowly, you can see. Can everybody see here how the tree actually compresses and becomes a 3D object? This is the contractive side of the event horizon, you see? And then when you're done, can you see how all the sephiroths intersect all of it? Gives you the exact correct geometry, giving you the 64 tetrahedron grid and the vector equilibrium in the middle. That's just fantastic. That's just fantastic. I was just mind blown. And so you can see that in the Bible, that all of the ancient knowledge of the Old Testament of the Bible is describing this technology, is describing this power. A crystal full of eyes, right? A crystal full of eyes, as described by Ezekiel, looks like this. The petals of the intersecting field of each tetrahedron generating singularity generates eyes-like structure. and certainly would generate a lot of radiance and a lot of rainbows if it's a mini black hole. And so I was looking at it, and I started to trace back the movements of the arc. And because we're running out of time, I'm not going to go into too many details on that. But the arc seemed to have moved from one place to the other, and every time it would move from one place to the other, the symbol of the star tetrahedron, the Star of David, would change name. For instance, the ark went to Zion. The star tetrahedron was called the Star of Zion. Then the ark went to Solomon. The star tetrahedron was called the Shield of Solomon. Then the ark went to David, and the star tetrahedron was called the Star of David. So you could actually map the geometry directly to the movements of the ark. So you knew that the geometry was directly related to the ark. And so I started to see more and more evidence of it. And I looked in the Bible further and further, and I saw that they actually brought the ark to the Temple of Solomon, and then they built a huge water container in the back of the Holy of Holies. It was called the Little Sea because it was so big. And they would charge the water with the ark. You see? And so I was very excited. I was like, because then I realized that all of the pyramids in Egypt, including the pyramids in South America and Mexico, had waterways that were diverted to go through it. All the pyramids of Egypt had waterways going from the Nile into the pyramid. So they were charging the water with the ark, and then they would allow the water to be used in the fields, and they would get incredible crops. And that's what eventually started baptism with that water, holy waters, and so on. And incredible crops. Every year at Yom Kippur, the ark would be taken out of the Temple of Solomon and brought to the waters that they would irrigate the fields with for the rest of the year. Imagine a technology that creates a huge amount of coherency in the vacuum state polarization, in the structure of space-time around it. Any material that's around there, and certainly water, because water is so malleable, would take that imprint, would go into high coherence, and start to be able to download much more life force than originally. So I started to, I could see how this whole evolution. So I'm going to jump ahead. I'm going to give you, do you guys all follow this? Yeah. See, this is really like a step in a new understanding of what truly happened on Earth. I'm kind of going to give you the whole package because I just don't have time to go into the details right now. But it's pretty obvious and it's pretty evident that actually that object has been on this planet for many, many years. That the sun gods brought it to man, and the first account of that object having been brought to man by the sun gods is in the Sumerian tablets, which says that the sun gods came to the earth and met with man on top of a mountain, just like the story of Moses. And at the top of the mountain, they give them the black sun, a black hole. And the tree of knowledge in the temple, in the Garden of Eden. The tree of knowledge is the Kabbalistic tree that we just saw decoded. The tree of knowledge was that crystal power that was charging the water and charging the food and generating the Garden of Eden. I believe that advanced civilization found this planet, and the planet was not very evolved. And when they found a planet that's not very evolved, they usually try to help it along. Why would they do that? Why would they seed planets? If the universe is a fractal, and the universe learns as a result of an open feedback of the fractal nature of space, then if you understand these principles, you would want your local universe, for instance, your local galaxy, to have the most amount of learning centers for the universe. Because more they would be learning, more there would be knowledge available for all, and more everybody could rise together. So these civilizations would seed planets all around the earth. Actually, I believe that that's why they still come here and take eggs and sperms from people of the earth to actually seed other planets with. When they get to a planet, they cannot put their gene directly into that planet. Why? Because that would be like bringing a tropical plant to Alaska. It's not going to survive, or it's going to create disruptions on the biology of that planet. So what they do is they take the highest species, the most evolved species on that planet, and they cross the genes with them. And that boosts the evolution. In our case, it produced the Homo sapien. And that's why the anthropologists are missing a link. You guys see this? When they give the ark power, the tree of knowledge, to Adam and Eve, the first cross that they had made, Eve figured it out. She was smart. She figured it out. This is why it's represented as an apple, the apple being the double torus. She figured out that this was a technology and it had power that she could use. She figured out how to use that power. And if you read in the Bible, it says, oh no, now man has become immortal. She figured it out, and she gave the trick to Adam. And since the sun gods had kind of, since Adam and Eve had figured it out, I guess they decided that to let them have that type of power right from the start. And that's what generated all of the evolution of Atlantis and Lemuria, described by Plato. I know this is a lot to take in all at once, but I assure you, it's not coming out of the side of my mouth. It is coming out of a lot of research. Okay? The evolution of Atlantis and Lemuria was flawed from the beginning because these people never learned about destruction. They had so much power so fast in their evolution, it became eventually corrupted. And then, according to what I've researched, a natural event occurred. A huge meteorite hit the Earth. That meteorite could have been diverted by the sun gods, but was not. Because our evolution had gone to a level where it was becoming dangerous for us to have that type of power, and the sun gods felt that it was time for us to learn about destruction. And it was time for us to have this 5,000 year period in which we learn about war, destruction, fire, and all this, so that we would eventually be ready to go back to the ark, go back to the power of the vacuum, but this time with the maturity that we needed in order to have this power. I believe we're approaching the return of the Ark of the Covenant. When you follow the traditions, you find that this time is when the Ark is supposed to come back. And when we see the evolution of the Ark, we find that the Ark had gone through a long chain of events that brought the knowledge all over the world. And actually, all of our evolution is based on the return of this power to our civilization. Because this power is the power that liberates us from the shackle of entropy and reductionism. It allows us to become centropic, to have infinite amount of energy, to have infinite amount of power. It allows us to regain our place in the brotherhood and sisterhood of the galaxy, and to re-enter in contact with advanced civilization that have been observing us for the past 5,000 years. But this time we have to figure it out ourselves. I followed many. Oh, my batteries are fully charged. That's right. So the ark in the Bible, in the Old Testament, is the technology. In the New Testament, Jesus, which actually true name is Emmanuel, which is mentioned in the Bible, Emmanuel is thought to be the living ark. Well, there's an interesting thing that happened there. You see, when the high priest had the ark in the Temple of Solomon, they knew that if Jerusalem was attacked, they would have to take the ark out of Jerusalem somewhere. So they had a B plan, obviously, for the ark in case there was something to happen with the Temple of Solomon. The Temple of Solomon was built as concentric walls with the Holy of Holies in the middle. These walls were extremely thick, and they were to protect the initiate from the Ark of the Covenant. The initiate had to go through all sorts of initiation to eventually go from one wall to the other to get to the Holy of Holies. It was the largest temple ever built on earth. But during the 1st century A.D., the Philistines took over Jerusalem. There was a B plan for the ark. That B plan was called the Dead Sea community. On the side of the Dead Sea, that was the Essenes. Now, the first person that talked about the Essenes and that community was Edgar Cayce. Edgar Cayce, in one of his reading, said there was a community on the side of the Dead Sea that had written scrolls and that we were going to find these scrolls. Now, when he said that, I think it was in the 30s, all the archaeologists said that was bunk, because there was no writing whatsoever about that society on the side of the Red Sea. There was no record of it anywhere. That was because it was the B plan for the ark. They weren't advertising. So when they took the ark out of the Temple of Solomon, they brought it to the Essene, which was a community of high priests that was constantly being made ready in case the ark would show up. Go ahead.
James, the brother of Jesus, was with the Essene for a long time.
Well, I think that the whole family was with the Essene for a long time. The Essene recorded the coming of the ark. This is not my imagination. In the Essene scrolls that were found, you know that there was over 5,000 scrolls, or at least 3,000, scrolls that were found. There's only 100 that have been released to the public. One of these that was released to the public is a very, very eccentric scroll. It's not written on papyrus. It's written on copper. The copper that it's written on is the purest copper ever found on earth. There is no purest copper ever found anywhere else. No. What does the copper scroll? Now, obviously, the copper scroll were written on copper to make sure it would survive the ages. And what did the copper scrolls talk about? It talked about the coming of the ark at the Essene community. It says literally that the ark came to their temple. And it describes where it hid all of the components that were kept around the ark. How many components do you think there was? 64. There is exactly 64 lines describing the components of the ark. Some of these components have now been found. It was oils and incense and stuff that they kept around the ark that were part of what you needed to be safe when you went into the ark room. You had to wear certain clothing. You had to cover your eyes. You had to have certain oils on your skin for the conductivity. All these things. Do you guys understand where I'm going there? Okay. If some of you read Elizabeth Heisch's book called Initiation? Note, in Elizabeth Heisch's book, when she's initiated in front of the Ark of the Covenant inside the Grand Pyramid of Giza. That book is extremely accurate. I've done a lot of research. I assure you, that book is extremely accurate. And she actually describes going towards the ark, and she actually describes smelling negative ions in the air. So she's actually talking about the ark generating electromagnetic field and ionizing the air. Well, you know, they have now found some of the components around the Dead Sea Scrolls of the ark. And when they did, it turned out that they found, I don't have this picture, but they found the place where the Essenes say that they hid the ark, because they had it for a fairly long time. The place where they hid the ark was a cavern across from where they lived, across from the temple. When they opened that cavern, and this is research you can find on the net, when they opened that cavern, there was a there was a blue iridescent spot in the middle of it. There was NASA engineers, actually NASA physicists that were there at the opening of that cavern. They reported that blue spot being there, and they said something really interesting. They said, this is similar to the blue spot we found inside the Mayan pyramids when we first opened them. So they were making a direct relationship between the Ark of the Covenant, the effect of the Ark of the Covenant on the space-time manifold that left some trace, and the Mayan pyramids. And so, interestingly, when the ark disappears from the temples of the Temple of Solomon and goes to the Essene, at the same period, very shortly after, the living ark, Emmanuel, appears onto the scene. Emmanuel might have been able to walk on water because he had some anti-gravitational capability in his back pocket. Go ahead.
Well, in the Book of Mormon, why Emmanuel or Jesus visits the American continent after he left Israel.
Well, then he would have had to be able to do some pretty good flying too. And so, interestingly, Emmanuel is the living ark. Well, these things are related. Why? Because when we built the external Merkabah, the external ark, all we're building is a reproduction of our internal functioning. The inside singularity, the inside ark that keeps us alive. And so we're creating a very short feedback. That's why you had to be initiated very carefully before you could approach the ark. You had to be pure of heart. Because the feedback is so short that if you have destructive intent, you'll just die right on the spot. It'll bite you right back.
Aaron's sons.
So Aaron's sons died that way. It's a very fail-safe system. You can't use it for destruction very much. Because by the time you try to use it for destruction, you're already dead. See, it's nothing new. The universe is a feedback. We are very destructive in nature. And we're just about to destroy ourselves. But meanwhile, it took a long time, and we had time to destroy a lot of things around us. With this, no waiting necessary. You just don't survive the experience. There is people that did try to use the ark for destruction in the pharaonic traditions. These were very, very warlike pharaohs. They were found mummified with what they thought at first was smallpox all over their body. they found out later that it wasn't smallpox at all, that it was tumors all over their skin, like they had been irradiated by radioactivity. At one point, the ark is stolen by, the ark is attempted to be used for war and is taken by the Philistines before it's moved to the Essene, long before. And the same thing happens. They bring it to their temple and they try to use it and all this, and they all get tumors. It's in the Bible. And so they send it back to the Temple of Solomon. They're like, get that thing out of here. So Emmanuel was most likely born in the field of the Ark of the Covenant. And as a result, he had very advanced DNA structure. In fact, Emmanuel might have got revived by using the Ark of the Covenant and resuscitating him, generating the whole, return of Emmanuel, return of Jesus 3 days later. Well, when I was asked to talk about the Knights Templar. So you guys are seeing this view a little bit more. I'm going to tell you now how it reaches you, how far this goes, and how much the power at B is actually trying to get this power back. First of all, the key to the Bible is to understand that the Old Testament is talking about advanced technology, very, very advanced technology. The crystal, the power of the sun gods, the power of Atlantis, which was brought out of Atlantis, brought to Egypt, and eventually brought to the Temple of Solomon by Moses. And the other side of the Bible, the New Testament, is talking about the living ark, the purity of heart, the purity of intent you have to be with the ark. And it's actually when the two are put together that we have the new level of civilization. When the technology, the external technology matches our internal knowledge, and the internal knowledge match the external technology. It is not all internal, like spiritual, commonly think of. And it is not completely external, like most physicists think of. But it is both internal and external. That's the feedback. So when much later, it seems like there was a Jewish contingency in France that believed that they were the direct descendant of Emmanuel, the Cathars. And the Cathars, I think, was it the Cathars? Yeah, I believe so. They were looking for the Ark of the Covenant. This is a large Jewish community in the middle of France that nobody knows how they got there. There's a lot of books now being published saying that actually Emmanuel, after his crucifixion and its revival, went through India and into Europe and resettled in France. And that Cathars were truly the bloodline of Emmanuel. In any case, true or false, they believed they were. And they were looking for the ark. they might have had very ancient documents that were brought there by the groups that settled the Jewish community there. They started an order of knights to look for the ark. That order was called the Knights Templar. The first name they were given was the Knights of the Poor, because they were very poor, and their insignia was 2 knights on 1 horse, because they couldn't afford a horse for every knight. They were commissioned by a priest, a Cathar priest, to look for the ark. Well, after years of research and so on, they came to conclude that the ark had to be in Jerusalem somewhere, under the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. They conjured the armies of France. Okay? They convinced them to go and take Jerusalem. And as a result, started the Crusades. This is history. The Crusades were described in the tales of the search for the Holy Grail. They couldn't talk about the ark directly because of Inquisition. So they called it the Holy Grail. And in the first edition of that story, they call it a crystal stone. Later on, describing it as a cup, which had 2 vortices on each side. And so they went across all the countries they needed to go across to go to Jerusalem. They fought their way through all the way, generating huge amount of difficulties, and eventually got to Jerusalem and took over the ancient city of Jerusalem. This is historic. They were there and they occupied Jerusalem for many years. For 7 of those years, the Knights Templar themselves settled right beside the Temple Mount in Jerusalem and dug and dug and dug tunnels that are still there today. But because this is Islamic ground today, the temple, the mount, it's the rock of foundation is right under the dome of the rock in Jerusalem, which is Islamic, is under Islamic control. The Islamic population goes there on pilgrimage, turn around the rock where the ark used to be placed inside the Temple of Solomon. They're venerating the exact same thing as the Jewish tradition. And they're all fighting. Amazing. In any case, those tunnels are still there under the ark, under the Temple Mount. They're not accessible. You can't go there. They're blocked and they're heavily guarded. In any case, the Knights Templar dug for 7 years and found zilch. Well, they found a lot of documents, and that's in history books, but they didn't find the ark. It just happens that while they were there digging, the king of Ethiopia was in exile. There was a revolution in Ethiopia and was brought in exile to Jerusalem. And when he heard the Knights Templars were looking for the ark, he went to them and said, "I have the ark. It's in Ethiopia." Now, how did that happen? There was a very well-known route along the Nile that went down the Nile through the Blue Nile into Lake Taos in Ethiopia. And sure enough, in Ethiopia, you find a high population of ancient Jewish tradition, which scholars never knew where the Jews came from, why they went to Ethiopia. Most likely what happened is that the Essene temple became unstable, became dangerous. It became dangerous to leave the ark there. So they decided to take it down the Nile. They did, and they eventually settled at Elephantine Island on the Nile. And they found an Hebraic temple there, which, you know, in Jewish tradition, you're not supposed to build a temple unless it's the temple to place the ark in. So wherever you find an ancient Hebraic temple, the ark had to be there. So you find that temple in the appropriate times being built on Elephantine Island. And then it stayed there for a long time, hundreds of years, till it became unstable there too. So they brought it down into the Blue Nile, into Ethiopia. And in Ethiopia, on that lake, you find a very ancient Hebraic temple having been built. And all the priests there say that they used to have the ark. And then eventually the ark was brought to St. Mary of Zion in Axiom, Ethiopia, where it's supposed to be to this day. It's a little chapel that's heavily guarded by the Ethiopian army. And so the Knights Templar actually went down the Nile, and what they did is they made a deal with that king. That king actually is the father of the Rastafarian tradition. Wow. That's how deep this goes. The Rastafarian tradition is actually directly linked to the history of the ark. And if you talk to Rastafarians that are really scholarly involved, they will tell you that the ark is the center of their worship. So the Knights Templar, isn't this amazing? The Knights Templar went down the Nile with that king, and because they had the control over the European armies, said, we'll give you back your country. That's not a big problem for us. We've got guns. They have, arrows and lances. And so they went down the Nile. Actually, they didn't have quite guns at the time, but they had more advanced technology than the Africans. And they fought for that king's country, and in exchange, the king gave them access to the ark. And there, in Ethiopia, you find ancient traditions that talk about blonde hair, blue-eyed people, Europeans, coming during those years, liberating the country, and building all sorts of things. Now, when you find these things they built, you know they didn't build this with conventional means. Because when you find the things they built in Ethiopia, you find that those are churches. One of them is a church that's a big Knights Templar cross type of structure that is not built, actually it's cut into the stone, like laser cut into the stone, and then it's cut inside it and then emptied out. This huge chapel, right? Basically cut, like sculpted right out of the stone. Only one person has been able to interview the guardian of the ark today. one priest in Ethiopia is chosen to guard the ark, and he has to be pure of heart. And when he's chosen to guard the ark, he never leaves the chapel where the ark is. From that moment on, he stays there for the rest of his life. That high priest gave one interview, and he gave it to Graham Hancock, and it's in the book, The Sign and the Seal. And in the interview, Graham says, "What is the power of the ark?" And the high priest, well, first of all, he says, "What was it how was it the first time you went in front of the ark?" And the high priest said, "It was terrifying." And Graham Hancock says, "Why?" And he said, "Because the ark is an object of fire." That means it radiates. And then he said, "What's the power of the ark?" And the high priest pointed across from the chapel in Ethiopia. And across from that chapel in Ethiopia are huge pillars, some of them 500 tons pillars of granite that were erected, just like Egyptian obelisks. And he said, this was not done with the power of man. This was brought here with the power of the ark. So he actually says directly to Graham Hancock that the ark has gravitational capabilities. Go ahead.
What do you think is...
Interestingly, when they arrived in Europe, the first thing they did is that they built... You see, all of a sudden they became builders. You know, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, they could build amazing structures. The first thing they built was the first Gothic cathedral, Chartres, a huge cathedral in France. Now that cathedral has been examined by many engineers, and all the engineers agree that thing is not reproducible with current technological advancements. I mean, you're talking whole temples, whole pyramids were covered with gold. You don't do that by mining in the middle of the desert. Okay? So, you know, the arc crystal is the philosopher's stone that the alchemists were looking for. So when you start, now it starts to make a whole picture different, eh? The Knights Templar could not talk about the ark directly because the Vatican would have had their head real quick. So they had to talk about it in terms of magic, in terms of magical spell. They had all these ancient books that had description of the ark. They started to distribute those in underground, you know, grassroots, you know, sectors. And all these became magical texts. That's why you see all these ancient texts appearing in the middle of Europe, like the Kabbalistic texts. And the modern archaeologists and historians think, oh, the Kabbalah came out of the 11th century in Europe. It's not ancient. And all the Jewish people are saying, no, this is ancient knowledge. Right? That's because the historians are confused where the information came from. It came from the Knights Templar. And so they start to distribute this, and they became very powerful. They became very rich, and the King of France started to freak out. The King of France was losing a lot of money, and the Pope was getting very, very worried that the ark was going to become public knowledge. And that would not be good for the Vatican. So the King of France, and this is a historic meeting, the King of France, the Pope of the time, and an Ethiopian delegation got together at the Vatican. And they all talked about it, and they decided they needed the Knights Templars out of there. Now it's no longer the 11th century, we're talking 13th century, the year 1213. On a Friday the 13th, which gave Friday the 13th this bad reputation, the Knights Templars were declared illegal. The order of the Knights Templar was declared illegal by the Pope, and the Inquisition striked at some of the largest temples of the Knights Templar. Many of the temples actually were dedicated to the goddess, to the Black Madonna. And how things work was brought through the ages, through these two enterprises, the Freemasons and the Knights Templar. And that's why in both of these traditions, you find and I did research this, they both say that their roots was the Knights Templar, and that their knowledge comes from ancient Egypt. You see what I mean? And they both have the highest level of initiation at the 32nd level of initiation. 33rd being, a complementary initiation, actually, because the 33rd is just when you get to direct a house in both of them. But the higher level of initiation in both system is the 32nd level of initiation. So the two put together generate the 64. And in both systems, the highest level of initiation consists of, and I've asked to both, consists of stepping in front of a mock ark of the covenant and making vows. So they still have the concept of the ark in there. Well, when the New World was discovered, guess who came? The Freemasons. The founders of the Constitution of this country was written by Freemasons. And the whole layout of the Washington Monument and so on was laid out by the Freemasons. That's why you have a huge stellar in the middle, an Egyptian symbol. That's why the Pentagon is a pentagon. That's why the White House and all the area and all this generates a star tetrahedron. And that's why when you look at the $1 bill, you have a pyramid with an eye on it. And on the other side, if you have a $1 bill, check it out, you will see a star tetrahedron generated by 12 stars with a 13 in the middle. The vector equilibrium, the 12 vectors of the vector equilibrium generating the singularity, the 13 in the middle.